must be places where all students feel safe, feel respected and are able to thrive. A week ago today, I brought together university vice-chancellors and community leaders to hear testimonials from Jewish students and to discuss next steps to ensure a safer, more inclusive campus for all of our students.
Chair Rankin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Stand With Us UK's report into anti-Semitism and support for terrorism at British universities is a source of national shame. It is high time we heeded the IHRA's definition stipulation that so-called anti-Zionism is nothing less than anti-Jewish racism. I urge the Secretary of State to reiterate this crucial point and ask whether she will commit to enacting the report's important recommendations, including introducing a framework of escalating financial penalties for universities failing to safeguard their Jewish students from such hateful intolerance and extremism.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for raising this incredibly important issue. It is one that we as a government take extremely seriously because no students should be subject to anti-Semitism on university campuses or in any place in our education system. That's why we've committed £7 million in funding to address anti-Semitism in education, and of this £500,000 has already been awarded to University Jewish Chaplaincy to support student welfare on university campuses. That runs alongside the new condition of registration from the Office for Students that will make sure we protect students from harassment and from discrimination.
Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given my experience of working with the Holocaust Educational Trust in schools in Mansfield, I wonder if the Minister can confirm that the history of the Holocaust will be taught in schools following the passage of the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which the party opposite opposed.
Mr Speaker, I can give that confirmation to my honourable friend, and I join him in paying tribute to the Holocaust Educational Trust for all of the work that they do to shine a light on anti-Semitism at the moment in our country, but also that we learn the lessons of history. I would also say to my honourable friend that yes, we have given that undertaking ahead of the conclusion of the curriculum and assessment review to make sure that all of our young people learn and understand the lessons of the Holocaust, more important now than was ever the case.
Bob Black.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. I'm pleased to inform the House that this government is over a third of the way to meeting our Plan for Change milestone, with, compared to last year, over 2,300 more teachers in schools and over 1,000 more in training. The Conservatives' scaremongering is not coming to fruition on private school tax breaks, on teacher recruitment and retention, continuing to talk down our education system, continuing to be disconnected from reality, continuing to be wrong.
Bob Blackman.
Well, can I actually update the Minister, who seems to be very complacent on this particular issue? In Harrow, where I've been out to see so many of our schools, since we've passed the resignation date, the position is that vacancies are not being filled and many staff are being threatened with being made redundant from our schools. That is not good for our children and it's not good for the education system. And it is all of them are saying it's because of the planned national insurance hikes that have taken place that are penalising school budgets. So will the Minister take action now to make sure that money is provided to enable the schools to recruit the staff that we need?
Minister.
There is absolutely no complacency on this side. The complacency we saw was over the last 10 years, and we are picking up the pieces and fixing the system. We have committed significant funding to schools. We're providing mainstream schools in high needs setting with over £930 million to support them with increases to national insurance contribution. We've also announced additional funding to the tune of £4.7 billion per year by 28 to 29 compared to 25-26 at the spring budget. We are supporting schools to get on and improve education, creating excellent outcomes for every child, and will continue to do so.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I very much welcome the 2,300 extra teachers that Labour's Plan for Change has seen in our schools. But I want to ask the Minister about school support staff, who are just as important as teachers in ensuring the well-run schools that we've got in Ealing Southall. And so could I ask the Minister to update the House on progress in reinstating the school support staff negotiating body, which was abolished by the Conservative Party in 2010. Could she update us on that, please?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to draw attention to not only the fantastic work that teachers do in our schools, but the whole school staff. That is why one of the first things we did in government was bring through legislation to bring back the school support staff negotiating body to make sure that those staff are recognised for the vital work that they do and are recognised as part of the conversations about terms and conditions and pay, and that is underway through Parliament, and we're in strong negotiations on a continuous basis through our Improving Education Together, which has all stakeholders round the table as well.
Neil O'Brien, Shadow Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the last Conservative government added 27,000 extra teachers. But although you would never know it from the Minister's statement, there are 400 fewer teachers in our schools than last year. Labour promised 6,500 more teachers, but they're now ignoring the loss of 2,900 primary school teachers, because apparently primary school teachers don't count. This loss of teachers is not a coincidence. The CST and the ACL have shown that schools have been left up to 35% short in the compensation for the national insurance rise. Will ministers finally admit it, that they broke their promise to fully compensate schools for this tax rise?
Minister.
I think the honourable gentleman's maths need a bit of work. He will know as well as anybody else that pupil numbers in primary are down and keep on falling. Yet recruiting and retaining expert teachers is absolutely crucial to this government's mission to break down the barriers to opportunity, and that's why we have committed to recruiting 6,500 additional teachers, expert teachers, and we are targeting those at the sectors where those teachers are most needed. And it's not the government's fault that the opposition front bench doesn't seem to be able to add up nor pay proper attention.
Sarah Bull.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3 and 7 together. Mobile phones have no place in our schools. Government guidance is clear. The schools should prohibit the use of devices with smart technology throughout the school day. If pupils fail to follow these rules, schools have the power to confiscate devices to ensure classrooms are free from disruption.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Schools with smartphone ban were rated higher by Ofsted and their students achieved better GCSE results. So all the evidence shows that the benefit of banning smartphones in schools. But the government is simply issuing non-statutory guidance and passing the buck. So does the Minister not understand the evidence, need more evidence, or do you not trust the government to be able to implement a ban on smartphones in schools?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take no lectures from the benches opposite on this. When in government, they exclaimed the same guidance meant a consistent approach across schools. So you have to ask, they were wrong then are they wrong now?
John Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mobile phones in classrooms are linked to disruptive and violent behaviour. So does the Minister agree with me that mobile phones should be banned in all schools so that children are focused on their education and not glued to Instagram and TikTok?
I repeat my answer to the question earlier, Mr. Speaker. Legislation is not necessary because schools already have the power to ban phones in schools. The majority have chosen to do so.
Well, this is Strapper.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to former teaching colleagues and local school leaders, it's really clear the impact that powerful school policies to restrict the use of smartphones and keep them out of schools can have, including the fantastic work done by Hitchin Boys School in my constituency. But sadly, not all schools are reaching this high standard in making sure they've got robust and well-enforced policies. How can we make sure we're spreading this good practice to every school across the country? And would the Minister love to come and visit Hitchin Boys School in my seat so he can see the fantastic work they're doing firsthand?
Minister, you're on the trip.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think it shows that actually the schools have the power to do this. I think it's worth saying that everyone, including parents, schools and providers, are responsible for making sure that children are aware of the importance of internet safety, and we want to encourage schools to consult and build on support with parents to develop a policy that works in the context and keeps children and young people safe.
So, Secretary of State Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State may dismiss banning smartphones in schools as a gimmick, but teachers, health professionals and parents are all calling for action to reduce children's screen time. Every day we have new evidence of the harm screens are doing. So why is the Education Secretary ignoring this and still pressing ahead with screen-based assessments for children as young as 4 from September? Does she accept that this is normalising screen time for young people, which is the opposite of what we should be doing?
Minister.
I mean, Mr. Speaker, is this all she can go on, frankly? I mean, in fact, after 14 years, they broke the education system. As I said, there's guidance already in place for schools. The majority of schools already have a ban in place on mobile phone use.
Right, let's go to Dr. Luke Evans.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 4 and 16 together. This government is committed to sustain investment to improve the school estate to give children the best start in life. We'll increase annual capital investment for maintenance in real terms, rising from £2.1 billion this financial year to around £2.3 billion in 2029-30, over £400 million more than in 2024-25. This is on top of around £2.4 billion per year over the next 4 years to 2029-30 to continue the school rebuilding programme of over 500 schools. We will go further by expanding the programme, providing long-term certainty through to 2034 and 35, and we'll set out details in the forthcoming 10-year infrastructure strategy.
I'm grateful for the Minister and his answer. I'd like to draw his attention to the process of getting some of the funding. Battling Brook is a small primary school in the heart of Hinckley. It's well loved, but it's had problems with 2 of its classrooms having damp and falling into disrepair, so they can't use it. Now, they've applied for the SIF, but had it declined. They feel that goalposts have been shifted. There was a delay in the CDC report by 6 months, so they were marked down, all culminating in them not getting the funding that they need. Will the Minister look at this case and have a meeting with me so that I can go back to Battling Brook to make sure they get the funding so they can open their classrooms in September again for the primary schools of Hinckley?
I thank the member for his question. He's not been shy to lobby me on these issues. I'd be very happy to meet with him further. He will know that the department does provide advice and support on a case-by-case basis, and I'm very happy to discuss these issues with him further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Children at Redingham and Brook Primary Schools are receiving a first-class education from excellent teachers, despite still being taught from porter cabins due to a lack of investment from the previous government. Now, I thank the Minister for already agreeing to meet with me, and it would be rude if I then didn't extend the same invite back to him. So would you like to come and visit these 2 amazing schools?
Minister.
This government does not want any school left behind, including those serving rural communities. That is why we have invested significantly in capital funding this year, with almost £5.5 million for Norfolk Council to invest in improving its estate, including Renning and Brook primary schools, and I look forward to meeting my honourable friend.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural small schools in Cumbria have some of the oldest buildings most in need of repair, but with, of course, some of the most pressured budgets. So would the Minister consider setting out a special budget aimed at making sure we tackle backlogs on repairs on small rural schools like those in my constituency?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. He will know that ensuring schools and colleges get the resources and buildings that they need is a key part of our mission to break down barriers to opportunity to ensure every young person can succeed and thrive. I'll be very happy to meet with the honourable member to discuss these issues further.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for having taken the time to meet with me and hear the case for St Benedict's School to be rebuilt, to be more sustainable, more safe and more secure. The neighbouring primary school, St Mary's, is the greenest in the UK and an incredible example of what a rebuild can do to inspire young minds. Would the Minister visit both schools and see on the one hand what has already been achieved in Derby and on the other the amazing opportunity we have to achieve so much more?
Minister.
I was very pleased to meet my honourable friend about St Benedict's, and will benefit from transformed buildings through the school rebuilding programme. This government has committed to continue and expand the rebuilding programme to improve the school estate and give children the best start in life. I know she's a real champion on these issues. Very happy to discuss them further.
Steve Witherden.
5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I will answer questions 5, 6, 11 and 18 together. School-based nurseries are a key part of delivering on our plan for change by making high-quality early years education more accessible and more affordable so that every child gets the best start in life. At the spending review, we announced almost £370 million, and this is on top of the £37 million already awarded to schools. The Tories left a childcare pledge without a plan, but this Labour government is delivering on promises made to families, saving working parents up to £7,500 per year.
Steve Witherden.
Mr. Speaker, the government has announced £37 million for the first round of schools to expand nursery provision, supporting the rollout of the extended 30 hours childcare offer in England. But the Public Childcare Now campaign points out that nearly 2/3 of the funded schools are part of multi-academy trusts. While we're fortunate not to have academies in Wales, concerns remain that this model encourages privatisation, reduces accessibility and undermines staff pay and conditions, contributing to greater educational fragmentation. What assurances can the Minister offer that expanding entitlements without investing in public infrastructure will not exacerbate these issues?
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that so many academies are taking part in our school nursery programme. Academies drive innovation across our system, are an important part of the system that we have, and of course it was the last Labour government that first brought about the academies programme to drive up performance in our schools and to make sure that all of our children get a brilliant education. But sadly we know that after 14 years of the Tories, far too many children, including in our most disadvantaged communities, do not get the education that they deserve, and that's why our schools white paper later this year will make that a reality once and for all.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Swallowdale Primary in Welwyn Garden City is a fantastic school. I've had the privilege of meeting the leadership team, which is ambitious for every single child. They have a state nursery as part of the school, but they're seeking to expand, and unfortunately their bid was rejected in the last round. I'm really passionate and really hopeful that after the £370 million of additional funding, it's something that this school might be able to benefit from, not least because 1 in 3 children attending Swallowdale are eligible for free school meals. I know my right honourable friend knows my constituency well. She's welcome to come and visit, and I hope she'll agree to a meeting to talk about Swallowdale's bid for the future.
I'm grateful to my humble friend, and I'd like to join him in paying tribute to the workforce at Swallowdale for everything that they are doing to make sure our children get a brilliant start in life. I'm sorry that they weren't successful in the first phase. There was lots and lots of demand, and that's why I am delighted that £370 million through the spending review will ensure that we can make further progress towards our manifesto commitment, and I'd be delighted to discuss it further with my humble friend.
Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite let down working parents by not having a plan for their pledge. I'm proud of how this Labour government has delivered to provide working families with 15 hours of government-funded childcare and funding for new school-based nurseries, including at Kersley Newland Primary Academy in Bedworth, which I look forward to visiting in the autumn, and I hope the Secretary of State would be able to join me. Can she outline the role school-based nurseries will play in ramping up to the 30 hours of government-funded childcare this September, putting £7,500 back in the pockets of hard-working families across my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth?
I'm grateful to my humble friend. I'll certainly do my very best to visit Kersley Newland, and I'm delighted that they are taking part within our school-based nurseries programme. We are determined to make sure that every child gets the best start in life. We know that the early years are crucial, and that's why we have set a very ambitious target of making sure that a record number of children at the end of the early years foundation stage are ready for the next path on their journey throughout the school system. What I would also add, Mr. Speaker, is that the last government made all kinds of promises to parents. They didn't fund them. In fact, they left behind a huge black hole in the public finances, and the Right Honourable Lady should know that better than most because she was in the Treasury.
Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the excellent Matchborough First School in my Redditch constituency to meet head teacher Lynn Briers. Selected as one of the first schools in the country to receive substantial funding to transform unused classrooms into much-needed nursery spaces, I saw firsthand the difference this funding will make. Therefore, can I cheekily ask the Secretary of State to confirm when the next round of funding will be available so we can deliver even more of these excellent projects to support schools and families in Redditch?
So.
Mr. Speaker, it's because we know the benefits that primary-based nurseries can bring, often working with the private, voluntary and independent sector, that we are determined to move as fast as we can to deliver the next phase. And I look forward to discussing that further with my humble friend. I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that I'm also delighted that families in Redditch and right across the country will benefit from the expansion of free school meals eligibility to all families in receipt of universal credit, lifting 100,000 children out of poverty and putting money back into the pockets of parents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State monitor the number of private nursery closures? And if so, can she tell us how many have closed since the budget?
Mr Speaker, yes, we do continue to keep this under review, especially ahead of the further expansion of childcare in September. The figures will, of course, be published in the usual way, and we will make sure that we have the workforce that is there to deliver on the commitments that have been made. I would say to the Honourable Lady that in addition to almost doubling the early years pupil premium, we put in place a £75 million expansion grant to make sure that ahead of the further rollout in September, all of our early years settings are able to deliver the places that are needed.
Dr Elpington.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency of Surrey Heath, I have over 130 active cases involving children with special educational needs, many of which involve EHCPs that were either denied or issued in such a poor state that they have the wrong name, describe the wrong condition, and therefore also offer completely inappropriate packages of support. Given that Surrey County Council has the highest number of tribunals against it every year, most of which are lost, can I ask the Secretary of State whether she does intend to reduce the rights associated with EHCPs, and will she do what so many parents ask me, can she please launch an immediate investigation into Surrey County Council and its conformance with its legal obligation?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman raises a number of important questions. I will certainly look further into the issues that I know we have discussed previously in relation to Surrey, and I will come back to him on that. Where it comes to support for children with special educational needs and disabilities, I think he has very precisely made the case for reform, because the system that we have at the moment just isn't working. We are determined as a government to make sure that children get more timely, early support, and that we have a system that is much more closely based on need. As part of the process of the Schools White Paper we will set out later this year, I'm engaging with parents, with campaigners and others, and I'd be more than happy to discuss this further with Liberal Democrat colleagues to understand their concerns as we take this forward.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Literally this morning in my constituency, I met the Chief Executive of the Early Years Alliance. Their Langdon nursery is now facing closure, not due, Mr Speaker, to falling demand, but because they're being hammered by the national insurance tax rises. How can the Minister talk about expanding provision when nursery after nursery in my constituency and across the country are being pushed over a cliff edge by this Labour government?
Mr Speaker, I too have recently met with the Chief Executive of the Early Years Alliance. I will always be open to discussing the challenges that the sector face. But I would add, and the points that I made to him that I will make to the right honourable gentleman, is that we're investing £8 billion in early years education. That runs alongside an almost doubling of the early years pupil premium, and in addition to that, a £75 million expansion grant to support settings ahead of further rollout in September. But he and his party opposite, and the party opposite, made a whole load of promises to parents at the last election. They didn't fund them, they didn't make sure that the workforce was going to be there, and they left us with a black hole in the public finances that this Labour government is turning around.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the last couple of months, I've been speaking to lots of nursery providers across my constituency, Mid Dorset and North Poole, about these issues. And the thing that keeps coming up again and again is small business rate relief. Your department has, the Secretary of State's department has already replied saying that this is something that nurseries can claim. But a nursery would have to have fewer than 18 children to be able to qualify, and the average in my constituency is 75. They're not eligible. The national insurance and the consumables change are absolutely crippling them, and they're now considering not taking on government-funded children. What should they do?
Mr Speaker, I know that my honourable friend the Minister has recently been in touch with the Honourable Lady to discuss this further. I will happily personally look further into the case that she raises, but I would just say to her that we are investing record sums in early years education, working with the sector to deliver the places that are needed. That is a big challenge, because the last government, the last Tory government, did not leave behind a plan in order to deliver them.
Number 8, sir.
Mr Speaker, parents right across the country know that the Tories left behind a SEND system that, in the words of the last Tory Education Secretary, that was lose, lose, lose. Labour will restore parents' confidence with a support-first approach, prioritising early intervention and inclusive support in mainstream schools to address needs before they escalate. We won't be removing effective support, but instead we'll expand schools' capacity to deliver consistent, high-quality provision to help children thrive with timely and effective support.
Good job.
I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. In the last 11 months, I've visited nearly all the schools in my Spelthorne constituency, and everywhere I've gone, I've asked whether people understand the causes of the numbers going through the roof of people with children with special educational needs. And variously, I've had explanations such as lockdown, diet, social media. drugs in pregnancy, parenting, awareness and over-medicalisation. Is the department doing the research into what is causing this phenomenon so that we can treat the causes and not just the symptoms?
So stay.
Mr Speaker, my department, together with the Department for Health and Social Care, are keen to understand some of the drivers that the Honourable Gentleman identifies. And I know he comes at this discussion in good faith. I would say that sometimes some people, including Reform members of Parliament, do not approach it in a responsible way. I think we do need to tread with a great deal of care in how we approach and discuss this subject, not least because I think it is a welcome change that in our society we better understand where children have additional needs. The challenge, of course, is that his party didn't put in place the support that was required, both to identify and to support children who have special educational needs and disabilities.
Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the biggest challenges affecting the delivery of support for children with special educational needs and disabilities is the extent of local authority deficits in funding, currently dealt with through the statutory override, which allows local authorities to set a balanced budget without accounting for their SEND deficits. Given that the statutory override expires in March 2026, does the Secretary of State agree that a white paper in the autumn of 2025 is far too little time for the government to implement meaningful change without extending the override further? And when does she expect local authorities to be able to have the certainty that they need to plan for the coming financial year?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee. Where I do agree is that in addition to longer-term reform, which the White Paper will deliver, it is imperative that we take action now in order to make sure that the school system better caters for children with a wide range of needs. That's why, for example, we've invested £740 million to support councils to create more specialist provision in mainstream. I've seen some fantastic examples right across the country, and we need to see more of that. On the precise question around the statutory override, we want to make sure that councils are better supported through this process, and we will be setting out our position very soon.
Sir Julian Smith.
Mr Speaker, one of the best ways to support autistic children in schools is for teachers to go through mandatory training and to understand better the challenges that neurodiverse pupils face. Can I ask the Secretary of State how the neurodivergent task force is progressing and whether the government will bring in mandatory training for new teachers?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. As of this September, we are introducing more training around SEND for new entrants to the profession. That will take effect from September. But there is more that we need to do, including supporting teachers and staff already working in our schools. That's part of the work that the group has had underway, and we will set out more through the White Paper. But I welcome his interest in this. I know he cares very much about making sure that all children, including those who are neurodivergent, have the support that they need to thrive, and that's what we as a government are determined to deliver.
Riddle-Carpenter.
Mr Speaker. Can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for her comments earlier about the need to cover the SEND topic with great sensitivity. We risk stigmatising an entire families and generations who are affected so adversely by this issue. In rural constituencies like Suffolk Coastal, the SEND crisis is incredibly severe and acute for many reasons. May I ask the Secretary of State if she is looking at the declining populations that we face in many of our rural primary schools and how that extra capacity could actually be a huge resource and opportunity in tackling the SEND crisis?
So State.
I agree that often in areas where we are seeing space opening up in the schools estate, that is allowing us to do things like open more school-based nurseries. I also think it provides us with the opportunity to deliver more specialist provision in mainstream. I've seen some brilliant examples right across the country of where that can be delivered. And I've also seen brilliant examples where that involves working together with the specialist sector to improve training for staff, to improve provision overall. This is a big challenge, Mr Speaker. I think it is one that many members across this House want to see put in a much, much better place, because we will all have heard anguished tales from parents who've had to fight incredibly hard for the support that their children need, and alongside that heard how many staff within our schools feel that currently they lack the training or the support that they need to ensure that all children are able to thrive, and we as a government are determined to change that.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Asked whether the government was planning to restrict EHCPs so that they only apply to children in special schools, the government's strategic advisor on SEND, Christine Lenhern, recently said, "I think, to be honest, that's the conversation that we're in the middle of." Is she correct that that is something that ministers are considering or not?
So State.
Mr Speaker, we do need to think differently about the system that we've inherited from the party opposite, one that I think members across this House recognise just isn't working. This is not about taking away support for families or for children. This is about making sure that we have much earlier identification of need, that we make sure that support is put in place much more rapidly, including ahead of any formal diagnosis. But I would just urge the Shadow Minister to perhaps reflect and show a bit more humility about the terrible state of what he and his party have left behind, a system that is adversarial, fails children, and where we know that children with special educational needs and disabilities do not get the excellent educational outcomes that should be the right of every child in this country. He should reflect on his total failure.
Number 9, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Apprenticeship starts by young people collapsed under the Conservatives. Labour is rebalancing the system towards young people to help them get on in life by backing them and giving them the skills they need to get jobs and indeed to grow our economy.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are over 95,000 apprenticeships being undertaken in the health, public services and care sector. Now, NHS employers and many others have raised concerns about the impact of government policy to cease funding for level 7 apprenticeships for those over the age of 22. So, can the Minister tell us what plans are in place to ensure that the people supporting all of us and all of our constituents are given essential training and support, and more particularly, what discussions has the Minister had with the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care about the impact of this decision on our NHS?
Minister.
We are encouraging more employers, including the NHS, to invest in upskilling their staff for over 22 years old to deliver level 7 where it benefits the businesses and indeed individuals. It will be for employers to determine the most appropriate training, and there are indeed other training opportunities available at level 7, including non-apprenticeship routes. Our reforms will indeed support 120,000 new training opportunities, up to 13,000 foundation apprenticeship starts. Apprenticeship starts, participation and achievements are all up under Labour, and we're continuing to go much further.
Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the government plans to create those 120,000 training opportunities for young people, including these higher level apprenticeships. However, we do know there are significant shortages of those able to provide training and mentorship. So with only 65% of 55 to 64-year-olds employed, does the Minister agree with me that there is an opportunity to retrain older workers so that they might pass on their experience to the next generation?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and it's absolutely right that we continue to support and train adults, and indeed many adults in their professions and in their seniorities will continue to offer excellent support, mentoring, internship and guidance to younger apprentices. Now, this change that we've put in place will enable apprenticeship opportunities to be rebalanced towards younger people and create more opportunities for those entering the labour market.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Ministers recently announced that they were axing level 7 apprentices, and strangely they made the announcement during recess, Mr Speaker. And strangely it was only the day after the announcement that they finally answered my parliamentary question from April, which revealed that it was a 90% cut that they were making in those apprentices. And this is blowing a huge hole in the NHS workforce plan, leading to a shortfall of 11,000 nurses. And if ministers won't listen to the many employers who are saying that this will lead and make it much more difficult for people who are not so well off to get into the professions, will they at least rule out cutting level 6 next?
Minister.
Well, I would like to reassure the Opposition Minister that Level 6 apprenticeships are a core part of our offer and we will continue to fund them. But I will also say to politely, Mr Speaker, to the Opposition Minister, that we will take no lessons from Liz Truss, previous Health Minister, who left our NHS on its knees, and we are having to rebuild it from its foundations again.
Ian Solomon, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The number of health visitors in England has reached an all-time low, with just 7,000 remaining. There's a forecast shortfall of 37,000 community nurses by 2036. And the Secretary of State's own department's Skills England sectoral report shows that health and social care sectors face the highest vacancy rates at 41%. So has there been any specific assessment of how removing level 7 apprenticeship funding for those over 21 will impact the pipeline of specialist community public health nurses into critical shortage roles? And is Skills England working with the Department for Health on NHS workforce planning?
I thank the honourable member for his question. Absolutely, Skills England are taking a pivotal role, an active role in this. I would also like to say to the honourable member that of the 2.5 million workers in critical demand occupations, which includes the NHS, the majority require a qualification lower than a degree level. We are rebalancing opportunities towards younger peoples whose rates for apprenticeship starts have fallen more dramatically than the overall decline over the last decade. To create more opportunities for young people, we'll need to prioritise public funding towards those at the start of their working career and at the lower apprenticeship levels, rather than those who are already in work with higher levels of prior learning or qualifications.
Rattle.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. It is important for young people to enjoy the benefits of spending time in nature as part of a balanced curriculum. But beyond the curriculum, the department is also working on publishing an enrichment framework to support schools in developing their offer, which includes a variety of outdoor education opportunities. And our National Education Nature Park initiative also aims to support young people's well-being and develop skills for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Learning in the outdoors allows children and young people to build their confidence and push their boundaries in a safe but challenging environment. Yet all too often, young people from more deprived communities, including in my Bolton West constituency, don't have access to opportunities such as the Duke of Edinburgh's award. Will the Minister therefore meet with me to discuss what more can be done to support schools in rolling out the Duke of Edinburgh award across Bolton, Blackrod, Horwich and West Fulton?
Minister.
I do want to join my honourable friend in recognising the value of outdoor pursuits and the value of the Duke of Edinburgh Award, which I myself benefited from taking part in when I was at school. And the department has funded 300 schools in areas of high deprivation to start offering the award. And the Department for Culture, Media and Sport is also funding a further 1.5 million this financial year to extend the scheme. But of course, the honourable gentleman is keen to ensure his constituents benefit, and I would be delighted to meet with him to discuss this further.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her response. Minister, worryingly, the obesity levels are predicted to rise between 20 and 30% in the next 5 to 10 years. It's to combat that obesity levels, it's also important we have physical education, but it's also important that we and government is able to look at the diet of the children at schools as well. So those two things can be the things that can address the issue of obesity. Just very keen to hear what the Minister's thoughts on those would be. Thank you so much.
Minister.
I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman, and we do want to see all schools offer a broad and balanced curriculum, and that to include outdoor activities, sport, PE, physical activity, and to make sure that every child can benefit from that, which is why we are also legislating to ensure the national curriculum does apply to all schools through the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill.
Mr. Speaker, number 12, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues across the House have already heard today about the lose-lose system we inherited from the Conservatives. So improving the SEND system is a government priority. We're working to improve outcomes for all children. Parents should not have to fight for support for their children, and we will be setting out further details in our Schools White Paper in the autumn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a sharp rise in diagnosis in York of children with SEND, we've established a SEND-focused family hub. But we are also reviewing other services and particularly concerned about the culture within schools. We need nurturing and inclusive education, so we have a therapeutic learning environment. So can she say what she's doing to ensure that schools and local authorities and others can feed into her white paper process and share best practice, but also raise concerns?
I know the Honourable Lady cares very deeply about this issue, and I can reassure her that we are actively collaborating with sector parents, with experts, in the way that we drive forward our SEND reforms, and that includes working closely with Dame Christine Lenihan, our strategic advisor on SEND, and Tom Rees, who leads the expert advisory group on inclusion, because changes that we make will focus on improving support for children and parents, ending that fight for support, but also protecting existing provision, and we are listening very closely as we develop these plans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's rare but very encouraging when a constituent comes into a surgery with some solutions. And a couple of months ago, Elizabeth Caudle came into my surgery to talk about Corefulness, which is a series of short, simple, evidence-based exercise programs to mature essential movement skills and help improve a child's readiness to learn and break down barriers to learning. She's uncertain of exactly how it could be applied to assist with SEND, but she's absolutely clear through the national rollout that she is herself leading that it has enormous potential. Could I ask the Minister to engage with me and her so we can examine whether it has a wider application as this strategy is being developed?
Minister.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman that I think we do need to take a really constructive and collaborative approach in how we improve outcomes for all children and really intervene at the earliest stage possible in children's lives and make sure that their needs are met at the earliest possible stage and in any way that we can support schools to do that. So I'd be more than happy to engage with him on the constructive suggestion that he has set out today.
Josh Doob.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where adoption is the right option for children, it needs to happen without delay. Early permanent placements are a crucial way to offer children stability. Labour believes children growing up in our country deserve the best start in life, and that's why we've provided $250,000 in funding for Adoption England to promote this practice. The Children Wellbeing and Schools Bill represents the biggest overhaul for children's social care in a generation, and it's a shame the members opposite opposed it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. As an adoptive parent and a foster carer, I know the transformative effect that early permanence can have on the lives of children in care. It isn't right for every child or for every parent, but it could be used much more widely by adoption agencies. So would the Minister be willing to meet with me and adoption charities to discuss how we can maximise the benefits of early permanence?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important topic, and he indeed is a champion of children in Cannock Chase. I agree we should continue to promote early permanence, and Adoption England have published national standards to promote and shape early permanence practice across the country. I regularly meet with the organisations he has mentioned, but I'm more than happy to meet my honourable friend.
Mr. Speaker, adoptive parents right across my constituency of South West Devon are rightly concerned about the recent impact of Labour's cuts to the Adoption Special Guardianship Support Grant. So following the spending review last week, what hope can be offered to families like these in my constituency up and down the country who need the additional support that has been taken away under those cuts?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question and indeed for the concerns that she's expressed. The Adoption and Special Guardianship Fund has not been cut. The demand is ever increasing. We have chosen an approach to manage tight resources in the face of increasing demand for support. The Adoption and Special Guardianship Fund still enables those eligible to access a significant package of therapeutic support tailored to meet their individual needs.
Dr. Sam Knopper.
Question number 14, please.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 14 and 21 together. This government is committed to breaking down the barriers to opportunity. That is why we're providing access to specialist mental health professionals in every school, by expanding mental health support teams so every child has access to early support to address problems before they escalate.
Dr. Sam Knopper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Stroud area, 6 schools are now teaching mental health first aid to 16-year-olds. Many students have actually received a formal qualification in this so they can use for application to jobs and university. And in Redknock School, these students are wearing coloured lanyards so that other students can recognise them and ask them for help with their mental health. So would the Minister support and extend this very innovative scheme?
I'm very happy to hear about the education staff. The department provides a range of guidance and practical resources on promoting and supporting people's mental health and well-being.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The brilliant schools in my constituency know that good mental health is the foundation for pupils enjoying school, fulfilling their potential and getting ready for life. So will the Minister confirm that in addition to rolling out mental health support for nearly 1 million more young people this year, that this government will ensure every child who needs mental health support will get it by the end of the Parliament?
I do agree with my honourable friend, but I'd add that it's not just seen through the expansion of mental health support teams, backed by an extra £688 million in government funding this year. The government is transforming mental health services for children in Reading West and Mid-Berkshire and across the country, hiring more staff, delivering more talking therapies and getting waiting lists down through our plan for change so children can have the best possible start in life.
David Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What are the principal differences between this government's groundbreaking plan to introduce mental health support teams for schools and the previous government's already in progress programme to deliver mental health support teams for schools? And as I like this minister, Mr. Speaker, let me give him a hint. This has been a rhetorical question.
The difference, Mr. Speaker, is that we're delivering it to every school in our country to make sure that every child can succeed and thrive.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John Clifton is my Mid-Sussex constituent and he also chairs the West Sussex Parent Carer Forum. Last week, John wrote to me and all West Sussex MPs outlining a number of concerns the Parent Carer Forum has, including the provision of mental health support for children who have special educational needs and are neurodiverse. So can I ask the Minister what support is going to be provided to ensure it is inclusive for all children, regardless of their needs?
I thank her for her question. I know the Secretary of State has recently met with the Parent Carers Forum on these issues and will continue to meet with the forum. More broadly, obviously, we are committed to introducing more mental health support workers across the NHS and indeed create youth mental health hubs in all communities.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week's spending review was about investing in Britain's renewal, investing in excellence for every child so that background won't determine what they can go on to achieve. Through our settlement, we will continue to make high-quality early years education more accessible and affordable. We will rebuild our crumbling schools estate. We will improve outcomes for children with SEND with the Support First approach, and we will continue our overhaul of children's social care, alongside that opening up training opportunities for young people to get great jobs in growing industries. And crucially, Mr. Speaker, we will lift 100,000 children out of poverty through an historic expansion of free school meals to cover all families in receipt of universal credit. It will save parents nearly £500 per child per year, and that, Mr. Speaker, is the difference that a Labour government makes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with young people from the West Yorkshire Youth Collective. They told me that funding for work experience opportunities for those aged between 16 and 19 has reduced in recent years, particularly in their sectors of STEM and the arts. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that young people, particularly those from low-income backgrounds, can access the opportunities they need to succeed?
My honourable friend is right to highlight this important area, and as she will know, our manifesto committed us to expanding work experience and careers guidance so that we can support young people into fulfilling jobs, create opportunities and drive growth. Our wider skills reform will also create 120,000 training opportunities over the course of this Parliament, and if my honourable friend would like to share more details as to that discussion, I'd look carefully at them, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to welcome my old primary school teacher, Mrs. Case, up to the chamber today. I hope we all remain on best behaviour. My question is very simple. Does the Education Secretary believe that primary school teachers are indeed teachers?
Mr. Speaker, I join with the Right Honourable Lady in paying tribute to her teacher who is joining us today. We all know that teachers, a brilliant teacher always stays with us in terms of the contribution that they make. I'm slightly perplexed by the Right Honourable Lady's question. Yes, she's obviously right, but sadly, after 14 years of Tory failure, many of our teachers are having to pick up the pieces of wider societal challenge, whether that's too many families in temporary accommodation, growing numbers of children in poverty. We are determined as a government to turn that around.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful for the confirmation that the Education Secretary does accept that primary school teachers are indeed teachers. Then why is she saying they no longer count towards her manifesto pledge to recruit 6,500 more teachers? Is it because, contrary to department's social media posts, teacher numbers are in fact going down and not up?
Mr Speaker, I don't know where the right honourable lady's been, but she certainly hasn't been paying attention. We have been clear that we will make sure that we have 6,500 more teachers in secondary, in specialist and in FE colleges. And the reason for that, Mr Speaker, is that this year alone we have 60,000 fewer children in primary schools. That is why we are focusing our recruitment efforts in areas that we are seeing growth. It is common sense. And it is common sense, Mr Speaker, and it is this Labour government that has delivered 2 pay rises for teachers because we, the Labour Party, value our brilliant teachers.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The work of Fife College is essential in equipping thousands of my constituents with the skills for success. Does the Minister share my deep concern at the real terms cuts the SNP Scottish Government is inflicting on Fife College as it deprioritises Fife in favour of Glasgow, Edinburgh and Aberdeen? And will she join me in urging them to think again?
Minister.
I agree with my honourable friend. It's time for a new direction for Scotland with Scottish Labour. In England, we are making over £1 billion of additional investment per year in skills by 2028 to 29 to support young people into the industries of the future, and that's because we're unlocking opportunity and driving growth through our plan for change.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Speaker, Philip Orgar, the chair of the previous review into post-18 education funding, stated recently in the Financial Times that a handful of universities are receiving secret bailouts. So will the Secretary of State confirm what emergency financial support the government has already provided to struggling institutions and commit to informing Parliament of any future emergency financial support for individual institutions?
Mr Speaker, it was the priority of this Labour government to ensure that our world-leading universities were put on a much more sustainable footing. That's why we took the difficult but necessary decision to increase student fees. It's why we are reforming the Office for Students with a much sharper focus on financial regulation and sustainability. And we, together with the Office for Students, continue to keep under review any institutions that may face difficulty, but he will appreciate that these are sensitive issues that are best dealt with properly and seriously through the Office for Students.
Northern Darwen Valley Leadership Academy is an absolutely vital school serving some of our most disadvantaged communities. Yet it was recently identified as a stop school following successive requires improvement Ofsted assessments. I know the staff and leadership at the school are working incredibly hard to drive improvement, and we're starting to see positive signs. So could the Secretary of State please update me on what we are doing to support them?
Is delivering a new era of high and rising school standards, because we know that when standards slip, it is disadvantaged children that suffer, and we won't let that happen. That's why Labour's RISE teams are spearheading a stronger, faster system, prioritising stuck schools, sending in advisors with a proven track record of turning schools around and backing it up with up to £20 million in special...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could I invite the Secretary of State to come and visit the outstanding Market Fields Special School in my constituency, which was rebuilt and dramatically expanded under the Conservatives? And listening to what she's been saying about expanding special needs provision, can she give an assurance that the number of special schools and the capacity of special schools will also continue to be expanded, and that we're not returning to the failed policy of the previous Labour government?
Mr Speaker, I can assure the right honourable gentleman that we will ensure that we have the right numbers of specialist placements in the parts of the country where they are needed, and our capital budget at the spending review will allow us to do that. But we do, alongside that, Mr Speaker, need to ensure that we have more specialist provision within mainstream, including partnership with the specialist sector to train and support the workforce to make that a reality.
Grinda Singh Jalsan.
Does the Secretary of State agree that plan to make all children in households in receipt of universal credit eligible to free school meals will build on the brilliant work of this government to tackle pupil absence? The incredible numbers I've heard mentioned are 140,000 fewer children persistently absent and 3 million extra school days this academic year.
I completely agree with my honourable friend. Providing over 500,000 children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds with a free, nutritious lunchtime meal every school day will lead to higher attainment, improved behaviour and better outcomes, including on attendance, meaning children can get the best possible education and the chance to succeed in life.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Although her department is providing some extra funds to meet the additional costs of NICs in schools, those with a high number of SEND pupils, like All Saints Primary in Malden, will still be receiving less than 50% of the increase. Will she look again at this aspect, which is another disincentive on mainstream schools for taking SEND pupils?
Mr Speaker, through wider reform later this year, through the Schools White Paper, including to the SEND system, we will look at every way in which we can improve outcomes for children, including with SEND, and that will include looking at funding mechanisms that we inherited from the party opposite.
Aaron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I set up the Corby and East Northants SEND Round Table to help seek solutions to fix the broken system. One of the outcomes of the discussions was the need to improve SEND provision in our mainstream schools. What is the Minister doing to engage with teachers to make schools more inclusive and maximise the potential of every child?
Minister.
We're investing significantly to make mainstream schools more inclusive for SEND students by strengthening our evidence of effective inclusive practice. We're equipping teachers with proven tools and strategies to deliver excellent inclusive education supported by expert teaching and a world-class curriculum, and we will set out more details in our white paper in the autumn.
John Mann.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Scottish education was once the envy of the world, but under the SNP it's being destroyed. Data shows a quarter of 11-year-olds in Scotland are not achieving expected literacy levels. So does the Minister agree with me that SNP needs to drop their weird obsessions and get back to the basics of sorting out Scotland's education?
Mr Speaker, it's only through delivering a Labour government in Scotland next year that we will get the change that the honourable gentleman is seeking. But I do agree with him that it did used to be the case that Scottish education was the envy of the world. I spent many a long day speaking to my own grandfather about his experience through the Scottish system. But it's only with a Labour government that we will once again in Scotland see the focus on standards that our disadvantaged young people badly need.
Peter Swallow.
Earlier this month, I opened the Launchpad, a new SEND provision at Sandhurst School, and I was shown around by Ben, who told me how the Launchpad had helped him access education. As the government works at pace to fix the broken SEND system, what's the Minister's message for young people like Ben?
Minister.
We know there are lots of great examples of mainstream schools delivering specialist provision, enabling children to achieve and thrive in mainstream school and providing excellent support to children with speech and language needs, like the one my honourable friend recently opened. And we have allocated £740 million to support mainstream schools to increase their SEND provision, and we want to reassure his constituent that we will continue to prioritise this in our work.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Another private school, Queen Margaret's School for Girls in York, has announced its closure months after the Cardiff School in my constituency has announced its closure. Over 11,000 children have left the private sector, which is more than 3 times that the government expected in this first year. So does the Minister believe the impact assessment of the introduction of VAT on private schools is correct, or will she look again at the flawed case for it?
Minister.
Around 50 mainstream private schools close each year. The level of fees charged by private schools is a matter not for the department. This is a contractual matter between private schools and parents.
Colin Anderson.
2 in 5 young people recall receiving any financial education at school, and those who did often received less than an hour per month. So whilst I welcome the government's Children Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which will require all schools to teach financial literacy, does the Minister agree with me that the curriculum and assessment review gives us an opportunity to go even further, and will she meet with me to discuss how government, industry and civil society can ensure that children in my Buckingham and Bletchley constituency get a vital life support?
I absolutely agree with the importance of this, and we are looking at the curriculum and assessment system, making sure that we take the advice of the independent review on these matters. But I'd be more than happy, given his enthusiasm and parents' enthusiasm for this subject, to discuss it further with him.
Judge Jost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, last week, the Chancellor committed £9.6 billion over the next 4 years to the school rebuilding programme. Hornsey School and Language College in my constituency is in dire need of a full rebuild. So can the Secretary of State commit today to including Hornsey in the next tranche of rebuilds? And if she needs any persuading, I'd be delighted to invite her on a short detour back on her way to Sunderland to come and have a look herself.
Minister.
We have significantly increased investment to improve the condition of or rebuild schools. Ensuring schools have the resources and buildings that they need is key to our plan for change. If the honourable member would like to write to me about the school, I'd happily update him on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on British Sign Language, one of the things that the thousands of British Sign Language first language speakers in this country are very supportive of is the introduction of a new BSL GCSE. However, I understand that progress has slightly stalled on that, so I'd be grateful if the Minister could provide an update as to progress of rolling this out.
Minister.
The British Sign Language GCSE is a key feature of our commitment to enhancing the status of British Sign Language, both in education and in society. Ofqual is currently running a public consultation on its proposed assessment arrangements and expects to confirm its decision on the qualification rules in autumn 2025.
Final question, Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In April, I wrote to the Minister about the Angel Hill Free School, which would provide 96 desperately needed places for children with SEND in my constituency of Sutton and Cheam. And I thank her for a response in which she said that we would get an update shortly. So I ask again, when she expects construction of the Angel Hill Free School in Rose Hill to begin?
I thank the honourable member for raising this important project. I can confirm that works at Angel Hill Free School are expected to commence in September 2025, subject to the contract being awarded in August.
Let the front benches change over. We now come to the statement from the Home Secretary. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will update the House on the audit the Government commissioned from Baroness Casey on child sexual exploitation and grooming gangs, and on the action we are taking to tackle this vile crime, to put perpetrators behind bars, and to provide the innocent victims of those crimes with support and justice. The House will be aware that on Friday, 7 men were found guilty of the most horrendous crimes in Rochdale between 2000 and 2006. They were convicted of treating teenage girls as sex slaves, repeatedly raping them in filthy flats, alleyways and warehouses. The perpetrators included taxi drivers and market traders of Pakistani heritage, and it has taken 20 years to bring them to justice. I want to pay tribute to the incredible bravery of the women who told their stories and have fought for justice through all those years. They should never have been let down for so long. The sexual exploitation of children by grooming gangs is one of the most horrific crimes. Children as young as 10 plied with drugs and alcohol, brutally raped by gangs of men and disgracefully let down again and again by the authorities who were meant to protect them and keep them safe. And these despicable crimes have caused the most unimaginable harm to victims and survivors throughout their lives and are a stain on our society. 5 months ago, I told the House our most important task was to stop perpetrators and put them behind bars. I can report that work is accelerating. Arrests and investigations are increasing. After I asked police forces in January to identify cases involving grooming and child sexual exploitation allegations that had been closed with no further action, more than 800 cases have now been identified for formal review, and I expect that figure to rise above 1,000 in the coming weeks. Let me be clear. Perpetrators of these vile crimes should be off our streets, behind bars, and paying the price for what they have done. Further rapid action is also underway to implement recommendations of past inquiries and reviews, including the 7-year independent inquiry into child abuse, recommendations which for too long have sat on the shelf. So in the Crime and Policing Bill, we are introducing the long overdue mandatory reporting duty, which I called for more than 10 years ago, as well as aggravated offences for grooming offenders so their sentences match the severity of their crimes. And earlier this year, I also commissioned Baroness Louise Casey to undertake a rapid national audit of the nature, scale and characteristics of gang-based exploitation. I specifically asked her to look at the issue of ethnicity and the cultural and social drivers for this type of offending, analysis that had never previously been done, despite years of concerns being raised. And I asked her to advise us on what further reviews, investigations and actions would be needed to address the current and historical failures that she found. I told Parliament in January I expected Baroness Casey to deliver the same kind of impactful and no-holds-barred report that she produced on Rotherham in 2015, so we never shy away from the reality of these terrible crimes. And I am very grateful to Louise and her team that they have done exactly that, with a hugely wide-ranging assessment conducted in just 4 months. The findings of her audit are damning. At its heart, she identifies a deep-rooted failure to treat children as children, a continued failure to protect children and teenage girls from rape, from exploitation and serious violence, and from the scars that last a lifetime. She finds too much fragmentation in the authorities' response, too little sharing of information, too much reliance on flawed data, too much denial, too little justice, too many criminals getting off, too many victims being let down. The audit describes victims as young as 10, often those in care, or children with learning or physical disabilities, being singled out for grooming precisely because of their vulnerability. Perpetrators still walking free because no one joined the dots, or because the law ended up protecting them instead of the victims that they had exploited. Deep-rooted institutional failures, stretching back decades where organisations who should have protected children and punished offenders looked the other way. And Baroness Casey found blindness, ignorance, prejudice, defensiveness, and even good but misdirected intentions all played a part in this collective failure. And on the key issues of ethnicity that I'd asked her to examine, she has found continued failure to gather proper, robust national data, despite concerns being raised going back very many years. In the local data that the audit examined from 3 police forces, they identify clear evidence of overrepresentation among suspects of Asian and Pakistani heritage men, and she refers to examples of organisations avoiding the topic altogether for fear of appearing racist or raising community tensions. These findings are deeply disturbing, but most disturbing of all, as Baroness Casey makes clear, is the fact that too many of these findings are not new. As Baroness Casey's audit sets out, there have been 15 years of reports, reviews, inquiries and investigations into these appalling rapes, exploitation and violent crimes against children, detailed over 17 pages in her report, but too little has changed. We have lost more than a decade. That must end now. Yeah. Baroness Casey sets out 12 recommendations for change. We will take action on all of them immediately because we cannot afford more wasted years. So we will introduce new laws to protect children and support victims so they stop being blamed for the appalling crimes committed against them. Yeah. New major police operations to pursue perpetrators and put them behind bars. New national inquiry to direct local investigations and hold institutions to account for past failures. New ethnicity data and research so we face up to the facts on exploitation and abuse. New action across children's services and other agencies to identify children at risk. And further action to support child victims and tackle the new forms of exploitation and abuse online. Taken together, this will mark the biggest programme of work ever pursued to root out the scourge of grooming gangs and child sexual exploitation. Those vile perpetrators who have grown used to the authorities looking the other way must have no place to hide. Yeah. So let me spell out the next steps we're announcing today. Baroness Casey's first recommendation is we must see children as children. She concludes too many grooming cases have been dropped or downgraded from rape to lesser charges because a 13 to 15-year-old is perceived to have been in love with or had consented to sex with the perpetrator. So we will change the law to ensure that adults who engage in penetrative sex with a child under 16 face the most serious charge of rape. And we will work closely with the CPS and the police to ensure there are safeguards for consensual teenage relationships. We will change the law so that those convicted for child prostitution offences, while their rapists got off scot-free, will have their convictions disregarded and their criminal records expunged. Baroness Casey's next recommendation is a national criminal operation. As I've set out, arrests and investigations are rising, but the audit recommends us going further. So I can announce the police will launch a new national criminal operation into grooming gangs, overseen by the National Crime Agency, bringing together for the first time all arms of the policing response, and will develop a rigorous new national operating model which all forces across the country will be able to adopt, ensuring grooming gangs are always treated as serious and organised crime. And so rapists who groom children, whether their crimes were committed decades ago or are still being committed today, can end up behind bars. But alongside justice, there must also be accountability and action. We've begun implementing the recommendations from inquiries past, including Professor Jay's independent inquiry, and we've said that further inquiries are needed to get accountability in local areas. I told the House in January I would undertake further work to look at how to ensure those inquiries could get the evidence they needed to properly hold institutions to account, and we have sought responses from local councils too. We asked Baroness Casey to review those responses, as well as the arrangements and powers that had been used in past investigations and inquiries to consider the best means to get to the truth. Her report concludes that further local investigations are needed, but they should be directed and overseen by a national commission with statutory inquiry powers. We agree, and we will set up a national inquiry to that effect. Baroness Casey is not recommending another overarching inquiry of the kind conducted by Professor Alexis Jay, and she recommends that the inquiry should be time-limited. But its purpose must be to challenge what the audit describes as continued denial, resistance and legal wrangling among local agencies, and we will set out the further details on the national inquiry in due course. Mr. Speaker, I warned in January that the data collection we had inherited from the previous government on ethnicity was completely inadequate. It was only collected on 37% of suspects. Baroness Casey's audit confirms that ethnicity data is not recorded for 2/3 of grooming gang perpetrators, and she says it is not good enough to support any statements about the ethnicity of group-based child sexual exploitation offenders at the national level. I agree with that conclusion, and frankly, it is ridiculous and helps no one that this basic information is not collected, especially when there have been warnings and recommendations stretching back 13 years about the woefully inadequate data on perpetrators, which prevents patterns of crime being understood and tackled. The immediate changes I announced in January to police recording practices are starting to improve the data, but we will need to go much further. Baroness Casey's audit examined local-level data in 3 police force areas, Greater Manchester, West Yorkshire and South Yorkshire, where high-profile cases involving Pakistani heritage men have long been investigated and reported, and there they found the suspects of group-based child sexual offences were disproportionately likely to be Asian men. She also found indications of disproportionality in serious case reviews. And while much more robust national data is needed, we cannot and must not shy away from these findings because, as Baroness Casey says, ignoring the issues, not examining and exposing them to the light, allows the criminality and depravity of a minority of men to be used to marginalise whole communities. the vast majority of people in our British, Asian and Pakistani heritage communities continue to be appalled by these terrible crimes and agree that the criminal minority of sick predators and perpetrators in every community must be dealt with robustly by the criminal law. Baroness Casey's review also identifies prosecutions and investigations into perpetrators who are white, British, European, African or Middle Eastern, just as Alexis Jay's inquiry concluded that all ethnicities and communities were involved in appalling child abuse crimes. So to provide accurate information to help tackle serious crimes, we will make it a formal requirement for the first time to collect both ethnicity and nationality data for all cases of child sexual abuse and exploitation, and we will commission new research into the cultural and social drivers of child sexual exploitation, misogyny and violence against women and girls, as Baroness Casey has recommended. The final group of recommendations from the audit is about the continued failure of agencies who should be keeping children safe to share vital information or act on clear signs of risk. And worryingly, the audit finds that whilst reports of child sexual abuse and exploitation to the police have gone up, the number of child sexual abuse cases identified for protection plans by local children's services has fallen to its lowest ever level, but no one has been curious as to why. And the audit details an abysmal failure to respond to 15 years' worth of recommendations and warnings about the failings of interagency cooperation. So we will act at pace to deliver on Baroness Casey's recommendations on mandatory sharing of information between agencies and on unique reference numbers for children, the work already being taken forward by my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary. And my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, will also work at pace to close loopholes in the law on taxi licensing. Finally, I want to respond to three other important issues identified by Baroness Casey in her report, but where she has not made specific recommendations. On support for victims, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will fund additional training for mental health staff in schools on identifying and supporting children and young people who have experienced trauma, exploitation and abuse. Secondly, Baroness Casey reports that she came across cases involving suspects who were asylum seekers. We have asked her team to provide to the Home Office all the evidence that they found, so the immigration enforcement can immediately pursue individual cases with the police. But let me make clear, those who groom children or who commit sexual offences will not be granted asylum in the UK. We will do everything in our power to remove them. I do not believe the law is strong enough that we have inherited, so we are bringing forward a change to the law so that anyone convicted of sexual offences is excluded from the asylum system and denied refugee status. We've already increased the removal of foreign national offenders by 14% since the election, and we're drawing up new arrangements to identify and remove those who have committed a much wider range of offences. Finally, Baroness Casey describes ways in which patterns of grooming gang child sexual exploitation are changing, including evidence of rape and sexual exploitation taking place in street gangs and drug gangs that combine criminal and sexual exploitation. I do not believe that this kind of exploitation has been sufficiently investigated. It also describes sexual exploitation in modern slavery and trafficking cases, and most significant of all, it describes the huge increase in online grooming and horrendous sexual exploitation and abuse, including the use of social media apps to build up relationships and lure children into physical abuse. And the audit quotes one police expert saying, "If Rotherham were to happen again today, it would start online." So, Mr. Speaker, we are also passing world-leading new laws to target those who groom and exploit children online, investing in cutting-edge technology to target the highest harm offenders, but we will need to do much more, or the new scandals and shameful crimes of the future will be missed. When the final report of Alexis Jay's 7-year national inquiry was published in October 2022, the then Home Secretary, Grant Shapps, issued a profound and formal public apology to the victims of child sexual abuse so badly let down over decades by different levels of the state. As Shadow Home Secretary at that time, I joined him in that apology on behalf of the opposition and extended it to victims of child sexual exploitation too. To the victims and survivors of sexual exploitation and grooming gangs, on behalf of this and past governments and the many public authorities who let you down, I want to reiterate an unequivocal apology for the unimaginable pain and suffering that you have suffered and the failure of our country's institutions through decades to prevent that harm and keep you safe. But words are not enough. Victims and survivors need action. The reforms I've set out today will mean the strongest action any government has taken to tackle child sexual exploitation, more police investigations, more arrests, a new inquiry, changes to the law to protect children, and a fundamental overhaul of the way organisations work to support victims and put perpetrators behind bars. But none of this will work unless everyone is part of it, unless everyone works together to keep our children safe. I commend this statement to the House.
Right. Hopefully it's now available in the table office for those members who wish to see the report. The other thing is, the Home Secretary quite rightly took longer than expected, and I have no problem with that. Just to say to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi, the same is available as well, and to the Lib Dems. Kemi Bedrock.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of this statement. Although I must say, I couldn't believe my ears, listening to the Home Secretary's statement as if this was their plan all along, when we all know it is another U-turn. After months of pressure, the Prime Minister has finally accepted our calls for a full statutory national inquiry into the grooming gangs. And I welcome that we have finally reached this point. And we must remember that this is not a victory for politicians, especially the ones like the Home Secretary who had to be dragged to this position, or the Prime Minister. This is a victory for the survivors who have been calling for this for years. I have been speaking to many who do not have confidence that a government that ignored their concerns will deliver. But before I turn to the detail of the Home Secretary's statement, I want to recognise the tireless work of those who refuse to let this issue be buried. Survivors like Fiona Goddard, who bravely waived her anonymity, and the parents of survivors like Marlon West, who I spoke to this morning, Maggie Oliver, whose courage in speaking truth to power has been instrumental in bringing us to this point, the late Andrew Norfolk, whose fearless journalism brought these crimes to light, Baroness Casey for her review, and Charlie Peters, who has consistently been a voice for the voiceless. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's handling of this scandal is an extraordinary failure of leadership. His judgment has once again been found wanting. Since he became Prime Minister, he and the Home Secretary dismissed calls for an inquiry because they did not want to cause a stir. They accused those of us demanding justice for the victims of this scandal as, and I quote, jumping on a far-right bandwagon. Yes. A claim the Prime Minister's official spokesman restated this weekend. Shameful. It has been left to Conservatives time and time again to force this issue. 3 times, Mr. Speaker. 3 times. They can mutter now. They all mutter now. 3 times, Mr. Speaker, these Labour MPs voted against the national inquiry. They voted against it 3 times. Liberal Democrats didn't bother to vote at all, asleep at the wheel. Labour MPs voted against a reasoned amendment to the Children's Bill. At committee stage of that bill, they voted against. At committee stage of the crime and policing...
Mr. Swallow, I want you to set a good example. It's a very serious debate. Temps are running high, but I certainly don't want you to see you pointing and shouting and bawling in that way. Okay, Ben.
Mr. Speaker, they can point and shout as much as they like. They know the truth as we on the side of the House do. Yes. 3 times, I will repeat myself, Mr. Speaker, 3 times. Labour MPs voted against a reason amendment to the Children's Bill. At committee stage of that bill, they voted against. At committee stage of the Crime and Policing Bill, they voted against a national inquiry. And at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister repeatedly ruled out a national inquiry to the chairs of all of these Labour MPs who are now pretending this is what they believed all along. And no doubt, the Home Secretary, in her response to me, will try and claim that the previous government did nothing. Yes. A wholly false assertion that she should not repeat today. The Conservative government took extensive action, starting with the original Jay report, commissioned in 2014 by the then Home Secretary Theresa May. A year later, she commissioned the independent investigation into child sexual abuse, and Sajid Javid commissioned ethnicity data collection in 2018. So it is wrong, as the Home Secretary said, to claim that ethnicity data collection had not been done, and I will remind her that the Foreign Secretary criticised Sajid Javid at the time, said he was bringing the Office of Home Secretary into disrepute, and said he was pandering to the far right for doing exactly what she says she's doing now. They should be ashamed of themselves. We accepted all the recommendations of that previous child sexual inquiry 2022, except the one to have a new cabinet minister, which would not have made any difference at all to the victims of this scandal. The Home Secretary claimed that the recommendations sat on the shelf. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We went further than those recommendations. It was the Conservatives who established the Grooming Gangs Task Force, which supported police forces to make 807 arrests for group-based child sexual exploitation last year. So don't tell me we did nothing. It is vital, Mr. Speaker, that this inquiry is robust, swift, and above all, independent. There are legitimate concerns about institutions investigating themselves, especially as some of the most egregious cases of institutional failure occurred in Labour-controlled authorities. They can moan as much as they like, Mr. Speaker, but the people out there believe that is why nothing has happened yet. In Greater Manchester, Operation Augusta was prematurely shut down. In Rotherham, under continuous Labour control since 1974, we saw repeated failures. In Telford, where Labour has predominantly held power, the current MP initially rejected calls for an inquiry while serving as council leader. This inquiry must have teeth. It must start with known hotspots like Bradford and Rochdale, and I commend my honourable friend, the member for Keighley, for his persistent advocacy of this issue. We need clear commitments, Mr. Speaker. For example, will the inquiry examine the role of ethnicity in these crimes, confronting hard truths about potential cover-ups motivated by fears of appearing racist? There's no point then muttering. The Home Secretary said it herself. I spoke to the father of a survivor just this morning, and he told me the survivors need to have someone who is independent that they can go to and trust. It is no use them being forced to speak to the same authorities who ignored them in the first place. So will this inquiry ensure that no one, whether police officers, councillors or council officials, is beyond scrutiny? The government's approach to the Casey review itself raises serious concerns. While the review's findings are crucial, we as legislators are sent here to make decisions, not to outsource the difficult ones. The Prime Minister has waited months for someone to take this decision for him. This is the kind of dithering and delay that the survivors complained about. Mr. Speaker, we need answers to the following questions. The House deserves to know what changed the Prime Minister's mind from thinking this was dog whistle far-right politics to something he must do. When exactly did Baroness Casey submit her findings to Downing Street, and did the government request any changes to her report? Does she agree that anyone in authority who deliberately covered up these disgusting crimes should be prosecuted for misconduct in public office, and those prosecutions should happen alongside, not after, the inquiry? Because we believe that anyone in the police, local authorities, social services, or even the CPS who covered this up because they cared more about so-called community relations than about protecting vulnerable girls as young as 10 years old should be pursued. And we welcome her comments about perpetrators not being able to make asylum claims. I will remind the Home Secretary that we put forward an amendment in the Borders Bill, and she and all her colleagues voted against that very measure. So does she now agree that perpetrators should also not be able to make human rights claims to avoid deportation, and will she legislate to do that? Will the inquiry be concluded within 2 years? And will every one of the 50 towns affected be covered, including Bradford, which is still refusing to conduct an inquiry into this? And will those local inquiries have the power to summon witnesses, or is that power only for the national inquiry? And most critically, we need a clear timeline for conclusions and actions. The victims cannot wait another decade for justice. We should be able to do this in 2 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we didn't need to commission a report to tell us what we already knew. So will she apologise on behalf of herself, the Labour Party and the Prime Minister for wasting so much time and voting against this, dismissing the concerns of the survivors? The House, the British public, and most importantly, the many brave survivors deserve clear answers from a government of dithering and delay.
What was the answer you gave the survivors? I have to say to the Leader of the Opposition, I don't think she can have read this report and the seriousness of its conclusions, because it sets out a timeline of failure from 2009 to 2025. Repeated reports and recommendations that were not acted on child protection, on police investigations, on ethnicity data, on data sharing, on support for victims. For 14 of those 16 years, her party was in government, including years when she was the Minister for Children and Families, then the Minister for Equalities, covering race and ethnicity issues and violence against women and girls. And I didn't hear her raise any of these issues until January of this year. She will know the Prime Minister didn't just raise them, he acted on them, bringing the first prosecutions against grooming gangs, calling for action to address ethnicity issues in 2012. And she will know that the Safeguarding Minister and I have raised these issues repeatedly. She referred to the Professor Alexis J. independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. I called for and strongly supported that inquiry, and also on a cross-party basis. We wanted that inquiry to work and supported its conclusions. But her party did absolutely nothing to implement those conclusions. Time and again, recommendations just sitting on the shelf. And it has taken this government now to bring forward the mandatory duty to report. And she says that we should ensure that people who have engaged in cover-ups should be prosecuted. I agree, and that is why this party is changing the law to make that possible, so that cover-ups cannot happen and so that people are held to account. She'll also know that the votes she's referred to, what she wanted to do, and the amendment she put forward, would have wrecked the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. The very bill which includes 2 of Baroness Casey's recommendations strengthening child protection, recommendations that she and her party refused to introduce over 14 years. And I am sorry that she chose not to join in the apology to victims and survivors for decades of failure that was a cross-party apology in 2022. And it should be again if she really had victims' interests and the national interest at heart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened, I sat with a cold fury at what was coming out of the mouth of the Leader of Opposition. Because much of it is beneath contempt. Can I commend today's statement, and can I commend her for commissioning a fiercely independent figure like Louise Casey to conduct this national audit, without which we would not have had today's outcome. In Rochdale, we know all too well how many years it has taken for victims to get the justice they deserve. They have waited many, many years to see these sick criminals locked up and put behind bars. But also, I mean, only last week we had 7 more of these perverts locked up in Rochdale, and that is a testimony to the police and the prosecution who finally got these cases together. But the victims also want accountability for anyone in position of authority, as she has said, anyone who found out about this and failed to act, or knew about it and failed to act. So does she agree with me that no councillor of any political party, no social worker, no police officer, no council officer and no ethnic group should hide from the fierce scrutiny of this national inquiry?
My honourable friend is right to raise the appalling case in his constituency where 7 people were convicted on Friday. And he will know as well that there are further criminal investigations still ongoing as well, and it is shameful how long it has taken to get justice for those victims. I also agree with him that there can be no hiding from justice for anyone on this appalling issue where victims and survivors have been let down for far too long, and I would hope that this could be a cross-party process to support that.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Child sexual abuse and exploitation are among the most abhorrent crimes imaginable, and we must all support every effort to deliver justice for victims and to prevent these vile acts from happening again. It is, of course, right that the government follows the recommendations of Baroness Casey's report, including a new national inquiry. Survivors must be at the heart of this process. Their voices, experiences and insights must shape both the inquiry and its outcomes. And I would welcome hearing more from the Home Secretary on how she intends to ensure survivors are heard, respected and central to this view, building on their existing testimony without asking to repeat themselves and relive their abuse again and again. Mr. Speaker, the 7-year inquiry into child sexual abuse, chaired by Professor Alexis Jay, delivered its final report in 2022, and the government at the time delivered none of its recommendations, leaving survivors waiting for justice. In her remarks, the Home Secretary mentioned 2 of Professor Jay's recommendations being introduced through the Crime and Policing Bill: mandatory reporting duty and aggravated offences for grooming offenders. But what does this new inquiry mean for the remaining recommendations of Professor Jay? Will victims and survivors see all 20 recommendations implemented while the new inquiry is being carried out? Any new inquiry must be more than symbolic. It must be robust, victim-centred and capable of driving real change. A duty of candour would require public officials and authorities to cooperate fully with an inquiry like this. So it continues to be disappointing that the government has delayed bringing this forward. I ask the Home Secretary plainly, what is stopping the government from introducing a duty of candour via a Hillsborough law now? Finally, now that Baroness Casey has completed her review, I welcome her appointment as chair of the Independent Commission into Adult Social Care. I trust she will bring to that hugely important role the same determination to challenge injustice and champion the voices of those too often left unheard.
The honourable member makes important points about the seriousness of this crime. She is right too that we need to continue to implement the recommendations of the overarching inquiry into child abuse. The Safeguarding Minister updated the House before Easter on those recommendations and the action that we are taking forward on those. I can tell her that a lot of the Home Office measures are already well underway as well, and we will continue to do that. It's really important that we don't simply have recommendations sitting on shelves, that things have to be implemented. On the Hillsborough law, we are working at pace to get the details right and bring it before the House. She will understand that it needs to meet the expectations of the Hillsborough families as well as be right for the House too. And we will continue to work on the wider issues as well. Baroness Casey in her foreword says, if we'd got this right years ago,
seeing these girls as children raped rather than wayward teenagers or collaborators in their abuse, collecting ethnicity data and acknowledging as a system that we did not do a good enough job, then I doubt we'd be in this place now. We lost a decade. We can't lose another one.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for her leadership and commitment to get a grip on this issue. As a Member of Parliament for one of the largest constituencies, Muslim and Pakistani heritage people, Muslims, I know the sheer anger and condemnation that the vast majority of them share, like all Britons, against those that commit these vile actions and vile sexual abuse. This is not only backed by recent polling by opinion that shows Muslims are deeply concerned, majority of them, about grooming gangs, but by sermons in mosques, letters from leading figures, demonstrations on the streets, and so much more, often not given the media coverage that they deserve. I am pleased to see the National Crime Agency will be involved in the future inquiries, and let me reiterate in this House that British Muslims stand on the side of victims and support the full force of the law against all perpetrators of abuse. But would the Home Secretary agree with me that those that display selective outrage or fan the flames to blame entire communities do nothing to protect innocent victims or further the cause of victims?
Can I welcome my honourable friend's points that she makes about the anger in her community, the anger across British Muslim communities towards the grooming gangs, towards the rape of children, towards these appalling crimes, and the work that she has long called for, including stronger action from the police to be able to go after perpetrators and bring them to justice. She is right that this is shared right across communities, is the horror at crimes committed against children and particularly against young girls. It is in the interests of those children and of those victim survivors that we have reforms now.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for early sight of it. I'm pleased also that Baroness Casey has agreed to come before the committee tomorrow to set out her report more clearly to us. I am concerned about the potential for inquiries trying to get to the truth, potentially prejudicing criminal trials. So could she set out how she envisages the two things running alongside each other, an inquiry and criminal prosecutions?
Can I welcome that question from the Select Committee Chair, and I am glad that Baroness Casey will have the opportunity to set out more details of her findings. As the Chair will know, the Baroness Casey has huge expertise and determination and will be forthright in giving the evidence that she has drawn together. She makes a very important point, and it will be important for the Independent Commission, for the Independent Inquiry, to have arrangements with police forces to ensure that where there are current criminal investigations underway, they are not cut across, but so that we also ensure that we can uncover where there have been institutional failings, because it's those institutional failings to pursue action or to turn a blind eye towards action that need to be pursued in particular areas as part of those local investigations and as part of the national inquiry. She'll know that these kind of arrangements have been done in inquiries in the past, so they can be done and will need to be so again now.
Sean Davies.
First, I want to praise and pay tribute to survivors from right across the country, and again highlight the survivors who worked in Telford alongside myself and other organisations to do that local-based review. The reason we did a local-based review was because the then Home Secretary Amber Rudd and the then local government minister Rishi Sunak refused to provide a statutory inquiry into Telford. And that's why we worked together with the Police and Crime Commissioner, who happens to be a Conservative, and people from across the political spectrum to take this out of the party political field and try and find answers in our small part of the world. Mr. Speaker, what we do need, though, is action. Action in regards to the J inquiry, action in regards to the Casey review, but also Home Secretary, the number of local reviews that have taken place up and down this country that have not been on the desks of ministers over the last 14 years and have not therefore received the attention that they deserve. Does she agree?
My honourable friend is right to say what we need is change and action. Recommendations from inquiries need to be implemented. The Telford inquiry that took place had as part of its strength was that it involved victims and survivors at the very heart of the inquiry, and also had serious plans to ensure that the recommendations were then taken forward and implemented, and had ways in which to follow up to make sure that those recommendations were implemented. That is crucial. It's no good just having inquiries where recommendations sit on a shelf. We have to make sure that they are implemented alongside pursuing answers.
Robin Moore.
Thank you. And can I just start by saying that the fact that victims and survivors of this horrific crime have quite literally had to become campaigners themselves to reach this outcome is something that should make everybody in this House stop and think. When I last met the Safeguarding Minister with leading child abuse lawyer David Greenwood, we pointed out the very fundamental flaw in her own government's grooming gang strategy, and that was the completely ridiculous decision to give council leaders in areas like Keighley and the wider Bradford district the option to simply say no to an inquiry. So now that we have an inquiry equipped with statutory powers, can I ask the Home Secretary, what message does she have for local leaders in my region who think that they can still get away with saying no? And what message does she have to say to victims like Fiona Goddard, who is also from my area, who no doubt will be worrying, like me, that there will still be no focus on Keighley and the wider Bradford district?
Yeah.
Well, I know that the honourable member has met with the Safeguarding Minister. She has also spoken again to Fiona Goddard this morning to ensure that the work that they have been doing and to make sure that victims and survivors' voices and campaigners' voices are heard at the heart of this. I think he will also know that the Safeguarding Minister did say to him in that meeting that she would not allow local councils to be able to turn their backs and to say no to investigations where they are needed. That is why we have accepted Baroness Casey's recommendation for a national inquiry that will underpin those local investigations. We will ensure, obviously, final decisions will be matters for the independent chair of a commission, but we will ensure that his concerns and those of victims are passed on to the national inquiry.
Debbie Abrahams.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. I'd also like to pass on my thanks to Dame Louise Casey for meeting with Oldham victims and survivors of CSE. They want no further delays to justice and for perpetrators to face the full face of the law now. It is unacceptable that some are being given court dates of 2028 with all the risks that implies. They want no more red tape. They want survivors to be at the heart of rooting out these perpetrators and getting justice. Can the Home Secretary ensure that this will happen? And will she now consider making misogyny a hate crime?
I welcome the work that my honourable friend has done through very many years to champion victims in Oldham, to champion victims across her constituency and to work with survivors as well. She is right to point to the terrible delays in the justice system. She will know that the Lord Chancellor is taking forward reforms to look at how the huge backlog, particularly in Crown Court cases, can be dealt with, because justice delayed is justice denied, and already so many of the survivors have waited far too long for justice. I can assure her that those concerns are very much uppermost in the Lord Chancellor's mind.
Pritchard.
Where there have been local inquiries commissioned by councils, will there be an opportunity for those same areas to fall under the remit of this national inquiry to ensure that some of the issues that the Home Secretary herself references today are still ongoing are caught within the new framework of the new inquiry?
The question he raises is an important one, and ultimately the final decisions will need to be for the independent chair and the commission. That's what happens when we set it up as a national inquiry rather than a government process. But he was right. He will know that, for example, there have been concerns raised around investigations and inquiries that have taken place around Greater Manchester, having final areas that they were not able to compel or to get to the bottom of. They have worked as a result with the Her Majesty's Inspectorate for Policing in order to be able to pursue the final stages of an investigation inquiry. And we did look at whether there were other powers, either through local government acts or through in police inspection powers. However, the simplest way to address this is for it to be done through the national inquiry, and he will be able to make representations around his area, so will any other MPs be able to make representations on their area too.
Pex.
By welcoming this statement and the absolute determination of Baroness Casey in this government to hold the perpetrators to account and to hold to account those who may have been involved in cover-ups. One of the recommendations that comes through in the report is around the confusion between different agencies. A particular element around that is around taxi licensing and taxis from out-of-town areas. Yeah. And I know definitely from my own city of Peterborough, the challenge both to law-abiding, decent taxi drivers undercut by different licensing laws, but also law enforcement and the safety of passengers where we have plates from different areas. I note that's one of the recommendations. Can my right honourable friend give us more details of how we will move at speed to create a national level playing field so that passengers are safe and drivers have the support they need to keep everyone safe?
Yeah. I welcome that point from my honourable friend, because as he will know, there are many local authorities across the country who have worked to ensure that they raise standards and checks in their licensing arrangements, particularly those in areas where there have been serious problems and where there have been criminal cases that have taken place. However, those checks and safeguards can end up being undermined by the licensing of taxis in other areas that do not have those checks. So we are looking to be able to take forward reforms to the law. The Transport Secretary is looking at exactly this issue to make sure we can find a way forward to close that loophole.
Babrin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a survivor of child sexual abuse myself, I stand in solidarity with the many victims and survivors. The system has failed over many, many years. And I can say that the horror, the trauma, the guilt never leaves you. And I so hope that every survivor who is identified here receives the mental health support and otherwise that they deserve to help rebuild their lives. Survivors have witnessed very many promises, 20 recommendations, and the call of never again, time and again. What will the Home Secretary do, and how will she reassure them that this won't be another one of those examples? And can I just say, too, that I am really let down and disgusted that the Leader of the Opposition began her remarks with a party political assault on her opponents like this. Victims and survivors deserve more than a smug, I told you so diatribe. Victims and survivors deserve action.
Can I thank the honourable member for speaking out about his experience, and I do not underestimate how brave and how difficult it can be to do that, and he will be just giving all kinds of support to other victims and survivors simply by the fact that he has done so. He is right to raise the challenge about how do we ensure that recommendations are actually implemented. You will know that on the issue about therapeutic support, we do want to extend therapeutic support to victims and survivors, but we will start, as the Health Secretary is setting out, we will start by providing additional support and training for those who provide mental health support in our schools.
Charlotte Littles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Manchester Minshall Crown Court last week, 7 men were convicted for sickening crimes as part of a grooming gang. One of their victims, girl A, who was abused by in excess of 50 men, was advised by police to make a claim for criminal injuries compensation, for which she would have received just £22,000. She did not make a claim, But this did not stop the defence from arguing that she made up accusations to bolster a claim for compensation. The government will be aware that I've raised on many occasions the inadequacies of the criminal injuries compensation framework for victims of sexual violence and exploitation, and will be aware of recommendations from the ICSA review and the Victims Commissioner on this. While no amount of money could be adequate to compensate victims like Girl A, we owe it to them to ensure they have the financial support required to rebuild their lives and do not have to choose between this and justice. How much longer will we all be waiting for this?
Thank my honourable friend for raising this. The Safeguarding Minister takes this issue very seriously, and the way in which we cannot have issues around the criminal injuries compensation scheme being raised in court in a way that undermines the victims and survivors who have shown bravely that they are able to speak out about abuse that has haunted their lives for so long. We will look at this issue further.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this statement from the Home Secretary and that there will now be a national inquiry. Does the Home Secretary think that that will be finished within, let's say, 2 years for the British people? And given that she quite rightly apologised to the victims and survivors, will she now apologise on behalf of the Prime Minister who smeared and labelled those of us who called for a national inquiry?
Yeah.
Well, he raises the issue about the timescale for this, and the so in the discussions that we have had with Baroness Casey, and also recognising the many issues that people want to raise with an inquiry, we had expected that it might take around 3 years. Clearly, if the Commission is able to work faster than that, then people will clearly want answers as swiftly as possible. But final details about the timings will obviously need to be determined. I think we do need to make sure that we are both implementing the recommendations of previous inquiries and also making sure that we are pursuing these further investigations in local areas as swiftly as possible. And I do reiterate in my statement earlier the recognition of the huge harm that has been done to victims and survivors through decades. And I would urge him to look at that section of Louise Casey's report with the 17 pages of failure year after year after year to follow through and to take action. And I do believe that victims and survivors are owed an apology for that failure over very many years.
Florence Eshelome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say there are many issues in this House which we may disagree on, but an issue of this magnitude is something that should bring all of us as parliamentarians together to work to ensure we get justice for those victims. The Home Secretary has outlined the next phase of this, but if we're really honest with ourselves, for every victim who's come forward to share her horrific testimony, there are so many more girls up and down the country who have not come forward. So it's in their interest that we make sure we get this right as a country. The Home Secretary has outlined the issues around data and the lack of data gathering. One of the areas I've raised consistently is around criminal exploitation by gangs who sexually exploit young people and then use them to carry out their horrific county lines up and down the country. Does the Home Secretary agree that that collection of data must also lay with the Met Police forces, other chief police forces across the country and British Transport Police?
My honourable friend is right that so many victims and survivors don't come forward, and we need to make it easier for people to do so and recognise the scale of the abuse that takes place. But I agree with her on this really important issue about the county lines and the interaction between criminal exploitation and sexual exploitation. Too often the county lines and criminal exploitation is seen as an issue involving teenage boys, but very often teenage girls are also drawn in, and very often that also means sexual exploitation as well. I don't believe enough investigation has been done yet into this particular pattern and form of child sexual abuse and exploitation. As we strengthen the law on criminal exploitation of children, we need to make sure that this issue is properly pursued, as she says, as part of the data gathering, but further research as well.
Esther Maitland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been dragged kicking and screaming to deliver a national inquiry, having dismissed the pleas of a nation for one as jumping on a far-right bandwagon. This reluctance is why my honourable friend for Great Yarmouth will continue with his inquiry, and I will be supporting him in this. But can I ask the Home Secretary, will this government's inquiry investigate the political motivations behind the cover-ups, including the role of the Labour Party, or will this continue to be swept under the carpet?
What I say to the honourable member is I think everyone should want not just to get to the truth about past failures, but also to make sure that we make the changes to protect children for the future as well. That includes changes in social services, it includes changes in policing and the police operation that I hope that she would welcome to take action to put perpetrators behind bars, and also the action to gather proper ethnicity data, which simply has not been gathered properly before, and where Louise Casey's report is very clear. It is totally inadequate, the data gathering that her previous government left behind. So I hope she would agree to all of those being extremely important so that we can get stronger protection and truth for victims.
Elsie Blunder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's announcement that there will be a national inquiry. Every penny spent on stamping out the evil of child abusers is money well spent. And although welcome, notice of this inquiry will undoubtedly cause a great deal of trauma and distress for both historic and present-day victims as violations committed against them are revisited. As the honourable member opposite referenced, what steps can the government take to ensure that victims and witnesses have access to robust mental health support, and how can we ensure that our courts, as my honourable friend, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth mentioned, especially in places like Greater Manchester, which face extensive court backlogs, are sufficiently resourced to ensure that at the end of this process, justice is finally delivered?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I know she has championed victims and survivors in her area and community, and she is right to say that we have to make sure that victims and survivors get support. 7,000 victims and survivors gave evidence to the original Professor Alexis J. inquiry. That's why it's so important that they did not do so in vain, and we make the reforms and the changes for that recommendation. But she's also right to say we need to increase the therapeutic support for victims and survivors, and that will start with providing additional support for children.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. And one of the reasons 6 months ago in January I wasn't supportive of the strategy the government had was the fact that it couldn't compel local inquiries to bring forward witnesses. That is a key bit. Now, in listening to her answers very carefully, could she clarify, will those local inquiries be able to compel witnesses? Is it them? Is it the national side as well? And will those powers be used to ensure there is no stone unturned?
So the answer is yes, and I do recognise that this is an issue that the honourable member has raised. I did say back in January that I would undertake further work to make sure that the local investigations did have the powers to compel witnesses to be able to get the evidence. We have concluded, we agree with Baroness Casey, that the right way to do this is to have the national inquiry. So that national inquiry will mean that there are full powers to compel witnesses, to compel evidence in every local investigation that takes place. Those investigations will be directed by the National Commission, by the National Inquiry, as to where and how they take place to make sure they've got those full powers in place.
Chris Murray.
Deputy Speaker, the crime we are discussing today is not just an historic crime. It is happening right now out in communities, and we are failing to protect the current victims of this awful child abuse. So I welcome the new inquiry, but my concern is delay. We have had plenty of inquiries, task forces and reviews where the conclusions have not been implemented. My concern is that this new inquiry will monopolise our attention and not the focus on protecting victims right now. So will the Home Secretary commit that this inquiry will not detract or divert resource from the recommendations we know need to be implemented? And will she also commit that the child trafficking devolved pilot, which we know has been working for 4 years, will be rolled out nationally to protect child victims?
Yes, I can tell him that we are going to expand that, and also that we will not let up in the pace of implementing measures and recommendations. That includes the work the Education Secretary is doing already on mandatory reporting, mandatory sharing of data on children at risk, and also the unique identifiers, the work in the Crime and Policing Bill on mandatory reporting, but also, crucially, the police operation. So we have already increased the resources for the policing operations to be able to review closed cases. That is why we already have 800 cases identified for review. We expect that to rise very shortly to over 1,000 cases that were closed with no further action being taken, now being looked at again now, not waiting for the inquiry, but also taking action on them now in order to protect children.
Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sheffield South East and I are the sole members of the House that are still here that served on the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee when we conducted the inquiries into Rotherham, both in November 2014 and March 2015. We heard from the victims then about the terrible abuse they'd suffered. We interviewed Dame Louise Casey at great length about her concerns about what was happening and what was being allowed to happen. And there's clearly something still going on, which is most prominent victims are young girls taken into care by local authorities from broken homes who've never experienced the love of a family. They then take a view that someone that gives them and expresses some form of love as being something they should like and enjoy. The reality is they're being ruthlessly exploited by individuals that should know better and are evil. The key here then is of concern is the lackadaisical approach that's been taken by many local authorities, social workers, the police and other bodies. And the concern that I have, and I'm sure other members have, and this is genuine, is that a local inquiry won't get those individuals who either turned a blind eye or actually participated in the abuse to actually give evidence. So will she ensure that those inquiries, witnesses called under oath, so that we can get to the bottom of this and make sure those people that turned a blind eye or connived are brought to justice as well as the perpetrators?
So I can reassure him that the point of having the national inquiry is to ensure that where local institutions are being examined, there will be the powers from the Commission to be able to compel witnesses, to be able to take evidence under oath, to be able to gather information, papers and evidence as they so see fit in order to make sure that we can get to the heart of institutional failure. But he's also right to say that this really is about vile criminals knowing when teenage girls especially, but when young children are vulnerable to the most appalling exploitation and coercion, the playing with children's emotions and vulnerability to draw them in to what is ultimately violent crime and the most terrible abuse. This does raise questions, particularly about the fact that the number of child protection cases identified around sexual abuse has dropped by social services. We are very concerned about that. The Education Secretary is now investigating that, and also the failure to share data properly around the children who are at risk, the ones who are going missing. It's the evidence from, I think, the work that he did and the committee did 10 years ago about missing children, about children in care. It's all the same evidence now. We've got to be better at pursuing that evidence.
Jodie Reid.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome the Home Secretary's announcement for an inquiry and its commitment to survivors. And it's absolutely right that the inquiry focuses on the local areas where we know survivors have been failed by the authorities which were supposed to protect them. But it's also essential that we draw the lessons for the whole of the UK. Earlier this year, Professor Alexis Jay from Strathclyde University warned the Home Affairs Select Committee that Scotland is not immune immune to this kind of organised abuse that we've witnessed elsewhere in the UK, and Scotland's victims and survivors deserve the same assurances of accountability and robust safeguarding measures as anywhere else in the UK. So can I ask the Home Secretary if she will actively seek engagement from the Scottish Government and offer its support and advice to help ensure it also wholeheartedly implements the G recommendations effectively?
I welcome my honourable friend's point. The Safeguarding Minister will follow up these issues with the devolved administrations. Obviously, she is right. Of course, this is a devolved issue for Scotland. Nevertheless, she's also right that this kind of appalling crime, this is happening everywhere, and this needs action everywhere in order to safeguard children and protect them.
I appreciate how sensitive the topic is, but longer questions mean fewer colleagues will get in, and obviously shorter answers from the Secretary of State will help as well. Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At one of my surgeries, I heard from a civil servant who had gathered evidence for the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse across the whole of England. They described themselves as being, quote, left emotionally and physically drained after collecting evidence, only for it not to have been acted on by the government. I welcome this government's acceptance of the 12 Casey review findings, but I ask the Secretary of State, will she assure my constituent and other civil servants that there will be no delay in implementing the findings of the IICSA?
Well, I can assure him we are taking forward the recommendations already. The Safeguarding Minister updated the House on all of the ICSA recommendations before Easter. Some of them require legislation, and that legislation is passing through, including passing through this House. At the moment, we will have further discussions on those issues later this week. Some of the issues are issues that we are able to take forward already, and we will continue to update the House on the progress on those recommendations.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this evidence-led action on grooming gangs? It takes courage to come forward and share deeply traumatic experiences. So will the Home Secretary confirm that this inquiry will build on the evidence and recommendations already collected over previous inquiries, investigations and reports, including the last national inquiry, which in 2022 produced this 200-page report specifically on grooming gangs and looked at over 400 recommendations that had prior to that already been made? And crucially, will she ensure that there is no delay to the action this government is already taken to bring perpetrators to justice, to stamp out these vile crimes and to protect our vulnerable children?
I agree with my honourable friend. We need to ensure that the 2-year inquiry into child sexual exploitation that was conducted as part of the Professor Alexis J review, those recommendations, we have agreed to implement all of those recommendations, and one of those on the aggravated sentencing for grooming offences we are taking forward as part of the Crime and Policing Bill. We are also introducing similar parallel arrangements for online abuse, because that online grooming as well, which obviously has escalated and accelerated since Professor J's work, we also need to make sure we're taking action on.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Hillingdon constituents have seen the work over many decades the local authority has had to deal with child sexual exploitation and trafficking arising from Heathrow. One of the issues arising when I led the Local Government Association's response on this, when these cases first came to light, was the sharing of information. So will she assure the House that following this inquiry she will upgrade the status of the working together guidance, and in particular make sure those bodies accountable to the Home Office, like the police, understand and take it as seriously as other bodies do, so we don't see people falling through the cracks between agencies?
I welcome the honourable member's points on this. Baroness Casey's review does identify that sexual exploitation is a central part of trafficking and modern slavery as well. And I do also agree with him about the importance of the sharing of information. It's these basic things that just time and again everybody says the right words and then it just doesn't happen in practice. So we need the laws to change, but we also need systems to change to make it easier to share that information. We will take that forward both in policing and as part of the work that my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is doing, so that it's much easier for them to share that information.
We're introduced.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that there was no vote previously on whether or not to have a national inquiry into grooming gangs? The vote was about having the safeguards of the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. And following the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse and the 200-page, which dealt specifically with grooming gangs, this government was right to have the local inquiries and to have the rapid national audit. And now that Baroness Casey has recommended a national inquiry into grooming gangs, the party opposite should be working with us for the sake of the victims, rather than attempting to score political points as the leader of the opposition did.
Well, Baroness Casey's audit that was conducted in just 4 months, but looked at some of the issues in considerable detail, but also sets out really the fact that we have had these 16 years of different reports and inquiries. That does include some of the issues around the 200-page report that he refers to and other reports as well. The crucial thing is that we need action. So victims and survivors need answers, and we need to pursue serious failings wherever they are found, but we've also got to make sure that when recommendations are made, that they are implemented.
Baroness Meddy.
We welcome the government statement today and hope it will lead to concrete, properly funded actions. In February, Applied Cymru amendments called on the Welsh Government to work with police forces on an all-Wales audit of child abuse cases across Wales, and it was backed unanimously. What concrete steps have been taken between the Welsh and UK governments since the passing of that vote to bring justice to these victims?
Well, the honourable member will know that there are obviously many of the issues around the social services provisions are obviously matters for the Welsh Government, but also issues around policing are covered by the Home Office, and that's why we have already been working with police forces across the country to strengthen the work of the Child Sexual Exploitation Task Force, to be able to look at different cases that have been closed, but also to strengthen their work with local partners in order to be able to pursue these terrible crimes. As part of the policing operation that will be led by the National Crime Agency and drawing on expertise from across the country, we will ensure that that also connects with the work being done by the Welsh Government, and the Safeguarding Minister is following up with devolved administrations.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the quite pertinent comment from the Honourable Gentleman for Harrow East, the broken social care system for children in this country potentially is creating future victims today. And whilst a review at local level will look at what happened in the past, we need to make sure that we are doing our best to make sure that these crimes by appalling people aren't continuing in the future. So can the Home Secretary say a little bit more about what she might be doing with the Education Department to make sure that those young people who are being groomed online and groomed in public today can help spot those signs so they know to ask for help, and they can ask for help at the pertinent time, because otherwise, unfortunately, we may see this cycle continuing for decades to come.
Home Secretary.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that we need the action across social services, and that's why the Children and Wellbeing Bill that the Education Secretary is taking forward is so important. The issues around the online grooming and the online exploitation are immensely important, and that is both about the abuse that stays online, often forcing children to get involved in the most appalling abuse and acts by that online blackmail and pressure and coercion, but also the way in which it's being used to provoke offline, to lead to then offline physical abuse and contact abuse as well. We are working with the National Crime Agency on new technology to be able to address this, but also with the Education Department on how we also build children's resilience in dealing with these crimes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been made in the House this afternoon of the fact that a former Director of Public Prosecutions, now Prime Minister, instigated a prosecution against grooming gangs. That being so, he was clearly better placed than most of us to understand the need for the national inquiry that he so rigidly resisted initially. But I'd like to associate myself with the apology offered by the Right Honourable Lady to the House on behalf of all of us and all of the authorities that have failed young people so dismally. Those young people now want to know that they can have confidence and trust in the national inquiry, and in who leads it. Can she tell the House who that is likely to be and what terms of reference they will have?
Home Secretary.
The terms of reference will be set out in due course. We have not yet appointed or determined the chair for the national inquiry, and we will do so and set that out for the House. But can I also welcome his response on the issue about national apology for over historic and current the challenges that have been led to victims just being let down through very many years. And I think his response echoes the way in which the whole House came together in 2022 around a similar support for victims as well.
Jason.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Casey report and the new actions outlined by the Secretary of State today. I specifically welcome the requirement for collection of ethnicity and nationality data. The report refers to different and changing models and patterns of abuse. The Secretary of State will be aware there has been historic allegations involving grooming and sexual abuse of Sikh girls. So will she ensure that the requirement to collect ethnicity and nationality data extends to victims so that we can once and for all see the evidence for any model of this kind that exists?
Secretary.
My honourable friend raises a very important issue about victims, and very often victims in many communities he's talked about, Sikh girls, not feeling confident to come forward and feeling the sense of shame that prevents young people being able to ask for help when they need it. It's essential, therefore, that we strengthen the ethnicity data around victims as well as around perpetrators to make sure that victims and survivors in all communities get the support and safeguarding they need.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The official document published online by the government says the national inquiry will only, quote, coordinate a series of targeted local investigations. How many local investigations will the inquiry coordinate, and will it cover the whole of England and Wales? Yes or no?
Secretary.
The decisions about which areas are looked into and how many will be matters for the Commission. We envisage the Commission lasting for 3 years. I know the Leader of the Opposition suggested 2 years. We think it will need around 3 years to be able to pursue the scale of work that is needed. I think it is right that the final decisions are ones for the Commission, for the Independent, for the National Inquiry itself. It will be able to look anywhere that it wants to across England and Wales and be able to pursue the evidence wherever it sees fit.
Sam Carling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for the robust measures that she's laid out today. Can she reaffirm the commitment that the government made in January of this year that the ICSA recommendations relevant to the Home Office will be implemented in full?
Home Secretary.
Yes, I can. That work is either completed or well underway.
Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker, in an era when information is increasingly contested and weaponised, political parties would do well to lead by example by providing credible information and avoiding the spread of disinformation, including about the events, proceedings and procedures of this House. Given that Baroness Casey's report addresses what is, frankly, a matter of the utmost sensitivity involving highly vulnerable young girls, can I ask the Secretary of State to ensure that the operation and eventual findings of this report are communicated clearly, responsibly and in a timely manner to the public, and that disinformation is actively countered to prevent political distortion, the incitement of harm and the further diminution of public trust?
I think I respect the really important points the Honourable Member makes, and that one of the issues, in fact, that Baroness Casey particularly raises is having inaccurate information, whether it be about ethnicity, whether it be about anything else. Having inaccurate information can cause huge problems, and the more that we make sure that information is robust, the better. Baroness Casey will also, as the Select Committee Chair said, be giving evidence tomorrow, and so people will also be able to hear directly from her as well as reading her report.
Harpreet Pal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The victims and survivors of the grooming gangs and CSC have been institutionally let down, and we must make sure they are front and centre in our approach. So can I join other colleagues in saying that court delays must be looked at? This is a particular issue in West Yorkshire, and it's traumatic for the survivors. And can I just mention Baroness Casey reports on the Smith algorithm which West Yorkshire Police developed, which brought hundreds of people in scope as victims and survivors and helped prosecution rates. So can I ask that best practice is shared?
Home Secretary.
Yeah, Baroness Casey was impressed by the work that West Yorkshire Police had done using what they called the Smith algorithm. It's included in her report, which looks at just risk factors, looks at children missing from home, or repeated missing episodes, children in care, children missing from school, and areas where there were high risks, and use that in order to identify people who might be victims of child grooming and sexual abuse and exploitation, and then to pursue that evidence. And it's because they have done that that they have had a series of effective and successful prosecutions that have put perpetrators behind bars. And I join my honourable friend in welcoming that work they have done.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Home Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the Sikh community that has come forward about historic sexual and child sexual abuse of Sikh women. And what they have said is these Sikh girls, when they came to the local authority, when they came to the police, when they were told, even by the media, that it was an ethnic problem, that was an Asian problem. And I welcome the fact that the Home Secretary is going to be recording data, but what data will that be, and how can Sikh girls who've been abused not be just told it's an Asian problem?
Yeah.
Can I welcome the point that the Honourable Member has made? It's immensely important that victims and survivors in every community of every ethnicity are able to get justice, are able to get the support they need, and the issues around race and ethnicity are never used as an excuse to ignore victims or to fail to pursue criminals who are committing the most terrible crimes. We want to work with the police to ensure that we can also get effective data and effective recording on victims, but also to make sure that there are the right kinds of services and support in place so that every victim is heard.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I'm shocked that the Conservatives don't seem able to recognise that they were in power for 14 years of the 15 to which Louise Casey refers to in her report. And if they were showing any kind of enthusiasm for an inquiry when they were in government, they would have called it. Now, can I just ask so we can dismiss them? Can I ask my right honourable friend, is she confident that we are getting the voice of the victims here? The victims, the parents and the children themselves. When we had a similar problem to this back in the 90s when I was in local government, we set up a thing called Childline to give a direct voice to young people so that they could raise their concerns. Does she think that we should have a similar thing here so that victims of child sexual exploitation can get their voices heard?
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and on the history and the action that's been taken, one of the things that Baroness Casey particularly criticises is a 2020 report that was produced by the Home Office under the previous government, because she concludes that the conclusions that it came to were simply not justified by the data, and that the data that was being gathered was inadequate. I think everyone should recognise that not sufficient action has been taken, whether it be on data, whether it be on sharing, whether it be on implementing recommendations. On the particular issues of victims and survivors, the Safeguarding Minister is doing immensely important work on this and is looking at ways to ensure that the victims and survivors' voices can be at the heart of the new national inquiry, and also at the heart of all of the work that the Home Office does in this area as well.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't believe I've actually heard an answer to a number of the Leader of the Opposition's questions, so I'll ask the Home Secretary again. When did Baroness Casey submit her findings, and did the Government request any changes?
Home Secretary.
10 days ago, and this is Baroness Casey's report. This is her independent report, and anybody who suggests that Baroness Casey report would change her, Baroness Casey would change her views and reports for anyone has not met Baroness Casey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the pace and focus which the Home Secretary has brought to Baroness Casey's report, and she is right to highlight the risk of the unrhyme space and, of course, the rapidity by which that is now a focus. Can she give assurances that protocols will change according to that to ensure that we're looking for the information we don't know about, but also for survivors and victims of exploitation online, that if they have been criminalised, those cases will be quashed so that they're not carrying convictions for the exploitation they experienced?
Home Secretary.
I really welcome the point my honourable friend has made about needing to ensure that victims aren't criminalised for the coercion against them, for the crimes that are committed against them. And it's that failure, I think, that tendency to blame victims for the appalling crimes committed against them that has been a pervasive problem through the years. We are looking further at the issues around the online grooming and exploitation. That is escalating. In a complicated way, it does also involve more teenagers themselves being involved in that exploitation as well. That is more complicated to identify where people are being coerced and where they are actually criminals themselves who are committing these crimes.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is amazing, it is staggering that the Labour MPs can come here today and welcome an inquiry when they was given the chance. They all voted against one. But these girls, these victims of the Pakistani grooming gangs, they were kidnapped, they were abused, they were drugged, they were raped. And when they reached out for help, everybody ignored them. So there's little wonder they have no faith in the system. But they can regain faith if the Home Secretary agrees with me and appoints Maggie Oliver as chair of the inquiry.
Well, I would say to the honourable member, the child sexual exploitation and abuse, some of the most vile crimes that our country faces. And what Baroness Casey's report sets out in some detail, set out over 17 pages, just report after report after review after report after review, and so many of those recommendations never implemented. So concerns that were raised at the time of the Rotherham inquiry about issues around ethnicity, about issues around lack of information sharing, about lack of protection for children, simply not acted on. And Baroness Casey herself says, if we'd got this right years ago, seeing these girls as children raped rather than wayward teenagers, then I doubt we would be in this place now. He was a member of the previous government that did fail to do this, and I would hope that he would agree that actually successive governments, successive agencies across the country have failed to act on this, and we need to make sure that there is a proper independent inquiry, as well as, most crucially of all, the action by police to take the operations that will bring perpetrators to justice and put them behind bars.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for bringing forward the statement today. One of the questions running through Baroness Casey's audit is why. Not just how the type of offending has been allowed to grow unchecked in our society, but what it is that drives people to commit these vile crimes. Can the Home Secretary assure me that the Government will commission serious, thorough, considered research into the drivers of group-based child sexual exploitation, including looking at all the issues around ethnicity and age? And will those findings be shared with the devolved administrations who, as we've heard, have not been exempt from these issues?
Yes, I can say to my honourable friend that we do accept this recommendation from Baroness Casey as part of her report. We will commission this research into the drivers of child sexual exploitation and also some of the wider drivers around violence against women and girls as well, so that we have the stronger evidence to keep children safe.
Sir Julian Smith.
Bradford and Keighley taxis operate in Skipton and South Craven. There's been some horrific cases in that area. Could she confirm that the inquiry will be not too restricted to Bradford and the bigger conurbations? And in the UK, we have a crisis in our inquiry system. They do all take too long. The COVID inquiry is still ongoing. It's an absolute scandal. Could she accelerate the timings, and would she give serious consideration to this public inquiry being held in the north of England?
Home Secretary.
So I do agree with him that there are challenges with inquiries that can take a very long time and can mean that victims and survivors, or those who are affected by the particular inquiry, can wait for a very, very long time for answers. That is why it is critical that actually we introduce and implement recommendations from previous inquiries, that we get on with it, that we strengthen the police operations now to put perpetrators behind bars. I can also tell him we will not restrict where the inquiry goes or where the Commission chooses to investigate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the audit by Baroness Casey today and the government's instigation of the national inquiry. It must leave no stone unturned, it must lead to convictions, and it must lead to perpetrators and anybody complicit behind bars, where as far as I'm concerned they can rot. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it is also important that in this most serious of issues demands serious and considered conduct from the people in this place, including not misrepresenting what happens here. Can the Home Secretary confirm to me that the reasoned amendment referenced by the Leader of the Opposition, if it had passed, would not have led to a national inquiry, it would have blocked child protection measures, and it weaponises child rape to go after clicks?
Home Secretary. Order. Home Secretary.
Well, I think we want to see action taken across the board in order to make sure that children are protected and also to make sure that recommendations are introduced. The Children and Wellbeing Bill that the party opposite voted against is the opportunity to implement two of the recommendations made in Baroness Casey's audit and in her report, and is right that we should be able to implement those changes in order to strengthen the protection of children and to keep young people safe.
Sir Alex Shalbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a lot of what the Home Secretary said today, and she keeps referring to institutional failures. Now, in Bradford in 2020, a little girl, Star Chamber, was murdered by her mother's partner. And evidence came to light from neighbours, etc., and from social services that it was dismissed because they were feared of being accused of being homophobic because it was a lesbian couple. I've had issues in my constituency since the last election where worried about other labels that social workers may get. They have a tick box and leave the child at the bottom. So may I ask the Home Secretary that we don't lose sight that there is an institutional failing about people being afraid to offend one group or another, and often losing sight of the fact that the child is the most important part in this care service.
Home Secretary.
So crime is crime, and the safety of children should always be paramount, whatever the circumstances, and we always need to pursue the evidence. It's why the mantra around policing is to pursue the evidence without fear or favour, and that is the standard that British policing has long applied, and it is the approach that we always have to take to children's safety wherever issues or concerns are raised.
Jazz Athwal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also put on record my thanks to Baroness Casey and the Home Secretary, the first Home Secretary in 16 years to come here with an independent review. These girls, now women, were abused, traumatised, and then re-traumatised again by a system that did very little to protect them or help them get justice. We should always put the lives and safety of young girls in front of any political concerns, and for that reason, I welcome today's decision. Would the Home Secretary lay out how predators and those who denied victims justice will be held accountable following this inquiry?
Home Secretary.
Well, it's clear that we need to ensure that recommendations are implemented. One of the conclusions that the Baroness Casey audit comes to is it says, the timeline set out above, and this is the history of failed reports in the past, shows a pattern of case after case of offending that is prosecuted, reviewed, and then recommendations for improvement made and repeated, but not followed through. We become so used to hearing about these issues that they become more about justifications for failures than problems that need to be fixed. We have to make sure that these problems are fixed.
Greg Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Home Secretary's statement that those who are convicted of such crimes will not be able to take part in the asylum system. I would suggest to her that she may want to go and extend that to all crimes against the person. But the question that my honourable friend, right honourable friend from the front bench asked was, will she make sure that no human rights, fallacious human rights claims can be made so that these people cannot be deported if convicted of these crimes?
Secretary.
So we are strengthening the safeguards in the asylum system. I think the system that we inherited was too weak, didn't have strong enough systems both to ensure that the rules are respected and enforced, but also particularly to deal with issues around criminality and issues around public risk. So we are strengthening those safeguards, including the law around sexual offences, including too looking particularly at the issues about the way in which Article 8 is being interpreted. And also, we are strengthening public protection arrangements. So if there are any issues raised by the police or by others about any safety risk for anybody in the asylum system, we are bringing in new arrangements to ensure that there are joint public protection agreements and arrangements between the police and immigration enforcement to ensure that people can be kept safe.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the clarity and the focus on action that the Home Secretary has brought to the House today. I spoke this morning to the father of a young woman in my constituency who was the victim of child sexual exploitation. He thinks this is the right way forward, but his concern and mine is for the victims and the survivors whose trauma will be opened up again by this process. As he put it, when you open Pandora's box, you've got to have the tools to deal with whatever comes out. Can the Home Secretary say more about the tools that she will put in place to support the survivors at the heart of this?
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes a really important point, because I think too often victims and survivors have been asked to tell their story, often to multiple different agencies, and then have seen no action, and it simply strengthens the distress that they feel. 7,000 victims and survivors gave evidence to the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse. So we will work closely, and the Safeguarding Minister will work closely as we draw up the arrangements for the National Inquiry to keep victims and survivors in our minds. We need to make sure that they do have support, and that the points that she has raised on behalf of her constituent, for them and for their families, are properly taken seriously.
Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Home Secretary's statement, in specific allowing the NCA to head this operation with other partner agencies, of course working across all regions. As a barrister, I've spoken to many NCA officers and law enforcement officers. One criticism which is consistent is that they do not have enough resources. This is going to be an enormous investigation up and down the country. Will the Home Secretary assure this House that they will not be limited to resources which they need in order to complete this investigation?
Home Secretary.
Well, we have already provided some additional resources for policing to be able to undertake the assessment and the identification of cases that were closed that need to be reopened, or where other lines of inquiry need to be followed up. He will know too that the National Crime Agency already does immensely important work through Operation Stovewood around South Yorkshire, and also through the work that it does on online child abuse. What we need to do is to bring all the different programmes of work closely together, involving both the National Crime Agency but also the new Centre for Public Protection that we are setting up as well, which will be about setting new standards across the country and roll out the national operating model that all forces can then follow.
Dixon.
I'd like to
start by commending the Home Secretary for the dignified way in which she gave her statement and her apology to the victims and survivors of sexual exploitation and grooming gangs for past failures. I'd like to associate myself with her apology. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that the Government have accepted the recommendations of Baroness Casey's rapid audit and the announcement of a national criminal operation to pursue and convict perpetrators. Justice for victims of these horrific crimes must always be our top priority. West Yorkshire Police have taken a proactive approach to securing justice for victims. As recently as January of this year, 8 men have been given jail sentences of nearly 58 years for multiple sexual offences against 2 children in Keighley in the 1990s. Will she join me in commending the work of West Yorkshire Police in bringing perpetrators of these vile crimes to justice?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the work of West Yorkshire Police. They have done pioneering work to find new ways to identify victims who may be at risk, to follow the evidence where you have repeat missing cases, and then also to be forensic and determined in the pursuit of action they have. And I would commend the work of the Assistant Chief Constable as part of this too, and it is learning from the work that they have done that we want to make, following Baroness Casey's recommendation, a central part of the national criminal operation.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the sexual exploitation of vulnerable children in this country is a stain upon our society. But the victims don't just want to have the truth out, they want transparency. And with that in mind, can the Home Secretary confirm that the government didn't ask Baroness Casey to change any elements of her report? Yes or no?
Home Secretary.
This is Baroness Casey's independent report. The whole point about asking somebody like Baroness Casey to do an independent report is that you know that she will come to her own conclusions, not anybody else's. As you will see, it has Baroness Casey's forthright style, forthright conclusions, and I think she will make clear in her evidence tomorrow at the Select Committee that these are her conclusions.
And Eldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to victims, survivors and campaigners. I am 40 years old, and it has taken me to be 40 to be able to talk about some of the abuse that happened when I was a child. As one of the countless victims living with the impacts of grooming, sexual and psychological abuse, I found it galling to watch Tory and Reform members who never once lifted a finger. No, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't. Not one finger.
Order. Shh. You didn't. You're talking through the chair. Quick question. There are many colleagues hoping to contribute.
And appointing themselves as defenders of abuse for political gain. Does the Minister agree with me that neither history nor the British people will be kind to the sickening political opportunism we've seen from the parties opposite?
Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for speaking out about his experiences, because to speak out as a victim of child abuse in this way is immensely difficult, and I think everyone should listen to what victims and survivors have to say. Can I thank him for speaking out, because by doing so he provides strength and inspiration for other victims and survivors across the country, and I pay tribute to him for doing so. He is right that this should be something that everyone can agree on, because it's about the protection of children, it's about the tackling of serious crime, and I would hope that is something that all of us can do with respect and together.
Julie Lewis.
Well, I hope something else we can all agree on is our admiration for former Labour MP Anne Cryer, who back in 2003, which was only 5 years into a 13-year-long Labour government, exposed what was going on and was disgracefully smeared as a racist for doing so. So let us belatedly make an apology to her and thank her for her courage.
So I do thank the my former honourable friend, the MP Anne Cryer, because I think she did speak out and she did stand up for children who were being abused. And it's because of that that I recognise, as part of the response that I made to the 2022 child abuse inquiry, and also again today, that this has been historic failure over very many decades. But just as I recognise that historic failure, and that should be historic failure that everyone recognises, I hope he will persuade his front bench to also recognise the historic failure and to also take some responsibility. It's really sad that the Leader of the Opposition did not choose to respond and to join in the historic apology that in 2022 was a cross-party apology involving the former Home Secretary. I'm really sorry that she chose not to today.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to very much welcome the Home Secretary calling a national inquiry. I'm particularly taken with Baroness Casey's first recommendation that children must be seen as children. I'm extremely concerned at the number of cases that she's identified that were dropped because these children were seen as consenting to sex with their perpetrators. Will the Home Secretary reassure me that these cases will be opened and looked at immediately and that we don't have to wait for the outcome of the national inquiry? Yeah.
I can tell my honourable friend that we're working with the Lord Chancellor on taking forward this recommendation now, not waiting for any further local inquiry. Baroness Casey is really clear that the adultification of children, treating them as consenting to something to which they were coerced and where they were exploited, lies at the heart of a lot of the institutional failure to take this crime seriously. That's why we need to change the law, but we also need to change attitudes, because some of the cases that Baroness Casey refers to were recent, and that cannot go on.
Jim Allister.
The Home Secretary refers to this as a national inquiry, but it's not, is it? Because its terms of reference and scope will exclude concern about grooming and organised sexual exploitation in Northern Ireland, whether by foreign nationals, by paramilitary groups, or by others. Is that less important to this government? And when it comes to the legislative change, increasing the statutory rape age to 16, will that apply across the whole United Kingdom?
Well, the honourable member will understand that the Home Office responsibilities around policing and crime cover England and Wales. The Safeguarding Minister will be following up with devolved administrations, and it will be for them to decide how they want to take these issues forward, and that includes in Northern Ireland as well. And the Lord Chancellor will consult in the normal way with devolved administrations on changes to the law.
Strathern.
Mr. Speaker, every and any instance of child sexual exploitation should shame all of us. But I think what so many of us found particularly horrific about the grooming gang scandal was the fact that these crimes continue to be perpetrated because of a failure to act by stakeholders and agencies who had completely undefendable preconceived notions about the victims they were speaking to. So I welcome the government following the evidence, not the politics, first in appointing Baroness Casey to conduct this review, but then in making sure we're not shying away from a national inquiry when she's called for one. But as part of this inquiry, will she make sure it has all the powers it needs to compel any and every stakeholder who played a part, potentially in walking on by from this scandal, to take part in giving evidence? And will she legislate where necessary to make sure anyone is accountable in front of the law if they've been shown to have played a part in ensuring that those victims didn't get the justice they deserved to begin with?
Home Secretary.
So my honourable friend is right that these attitudes towards teenage girls, towards children, and treating them as adults still persists. Baroness Casey quotes a serious case review of a case of a teenager online. She was just 12 and 13 years old, who was being drawn into the most explicit and abusive chat rooms and pornographic sites online, and that this was somehow treated as being that child's choice to do so, even though there was evidence around exploitation and crime taking place. We have to make sure that we do more to protect our teenagers, and we will bring in the mandatory duty to report to strengthen the law there as well.
Final question, Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for changing her mind on the need for a national inquiry. She said the Casey report for the past 10 days. Could she lay out which evidence in that report was most persuasive to her in changing her mind, or if it was something that she'd reached a conclusion independent of the report, which factors led her to do so?
Home Secretary.
That is an important question. So we I undertook to this House in January that I would look further at how to make sure that local investigations had the powers that they needed to compel witnesses or to compel evidence. This was raised with us both by members in this House but also by mayors as well, to ensure that it could properly get to the truth. So we pursued that. We looked at other powers around Local Government Act, around inspection powers and so on. All of those had complexity attached to them. So we asked Baroness Casey to look at this and also to look at the responses that we got from local authorities. So we looked at it, but we also asked Baroness Casey to look at that evidence as well and to make final recommendations, and that is why we have agreed with Baroness Casey's recommendations about having the national inquiry in place.
That is the end of the statement on the Casey report. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. If colleagues leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Now come to the statement on Iran-Israel conflict, and I call the Foreign Secretary, Sir David Lammy. Foreign Secretary.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will remind the House that the Foreign Office has been responding to two crises this past week. My honourable friend, Minister Faulkner, will update the government's extensive effort to assist those whose loved ones lost their lives in Thursday's devastating Air India plane crash. You know, just 9 days ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was in Delhi, strengthening our friendship. Our nations are mourning together, and my thoughts are with those suffering such terrible loss. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to the Middle East. Early last Friday morning, Israel launched extensive strikes across Iran, targets including military sites, including the uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, and key commanders and nuclear scientists. The last 72 hours has seen Iranian ballistic missiles and drone strikes across Israel, killing at least 21 Israelis and injuring hundreds more. And Israeli strikes have continued, including on targets in Tehran, with the Iranian authorities reporting scores of civilian casualties. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said his operations will continue for as many days as it takes to remove the threat. Supreme Leader Khamenei has said Israel must expect severe punishment. Madam Deputy Speaker, in such crisis, our first priority is the welfare, of course, of British nationals. On Friday, we swiftly stood up a crisis team in London and the region, and yesterday I announced that we now advise against all travel to Israel, as well as our long-standing travel advice of not travelling to Iran. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I can update the House that we are asking all British nationals in Israel to register their presence with the FCDO so that we can share important information on the situation and leaving the country. And I can announce today that we are further also updating our travel advice to signpost border crossing points and sending rapid deployment teams to Egypt and to Jordan to bolster our consular presence near the border with Israel, which has already been supporting British nationals on the ground. Israel and Iran have closed their airspace until further notice, and our ability, therefore, to provide support in Iran is extremely limited. British nationals in the region should closely monitor our travel advice for further updates. Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation remains fast-moving. We expect more strikes in the days to come. This is a moment of great danger for the region. And I want to be clear, the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes against Iran. This is a military action conducted by Israel. It should come as no surprise that Israel considers the Iranian nuclear program an existential threat. Khamenei said in 2018 that Israel was a cancerous tumour that should be removed and eradicated. We have always supported Israeli security. That's why Britain has sought to prevent Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon through extensive diplomacy. We agree with President Trump when he says negotiations are necessary and must lead to a deal. That has long been the view, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the so-called E3, Britain, France and Germany, with whom we've worked so closely on this issue. The view of all the G7, who have backed the efforts of President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and for more than 2 decades, the cross-party view in this House. Lord Cameron of Chipping Norton and Lord Hague of Richmond led diplomatic efforts on the issue. Baroness May of Maidenhead and the former Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge did too. And this government has continued to pursue negotiations, joining France and Germany in 5 rounds of talks with Iran this year alone. Ours is a hard-headed, realist assessment of how best to tackle this grave threat. Fundamentally, no military action can put an end to Iran's nuclear capabilities. Madam Deputy Speaker, just last week, the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors passed a non-compliance resolution against Iran, the first such IAEA finding in 14 years. The Director General's comprehensive report details Iran's failure to declare nuclear materials. Iran remains the only state without nuclear weapons accumulating uranium at such dangerously high levels. Its total enriched stockpile is now 40 times the limit in the JCPOA. And their nuclear program is part of a wider pattern of destabilising activity. The government has taken firm action in response. When they transferred ballistic missiles for use in Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, we imposed extensive sanctions, including against Iran Air, and cancelled our bilateral air services agreement. In the face of unacceptable IRGC threats here in the UK, with some 20 foiled plots since 2022, the Crown Prosecution Service has for the first time charged Iranian nationals under the National Security Act. And we've placed the Iranian state, including the IRGC, on the enhanced tier of the new Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, a widening war would have grave and unpredictable consequences, including for our partners in Jordan and the Gulf. The horrors of Gaza worsening, tensions in Lebanon, Syria and Iraq rising, and the Houthi threat continuing. That's why the government's firm view, as it was last October in the ballistic missile attack on Israel, is that further escalation in the Middle East is not in Britain's interests, nor the interests of Israel, Iran or the region. There are hundreds of thousands of British nationals living in the region, and with Iran a major oil producer and 1/5 of the total world's oil consumption flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, escalating conflict poses real risks for the global economy. As missiles rain down, Israel has a right to defend itself and its citizens. But our priority now is de-escalation. Our message to both Israel and Iran is clear. Step back, show restraint, don't get pulled ever deeper into a catastrophic conflict whose consequences nobody can control. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister chaired COBRA on the situation last Friday and spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump, and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He is now, of course, at the G7 summit in Canada, discussing with our closest allies how to ease tensions. And the government has deployed additional assets to the region, including jets, for contingency support to UK forces and potentially our regional allies concerned about the escalated conflict. In the last 72 hours, my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, and I have been flat out trying to carve out space for diplomacy. I have spoken to both Israeli Foreign Minister Saar and Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi, underlying Britain's focus on de-escalation. I have also met with the Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal. I've had calls with US Secretary Rubio, EU High Representative Kallas, and my counterparts from France, from Germany, from the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Oman, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq. These conversations are part of a collective drive to prevent a spiralling conflict. Madam Deputy Speaker, this new crisis has arisen as the appalling situation in Gaza continues. This weekend, hospitals in Gaza reported over 50 people were killed and more than 500 injured while trying to access food. This government will not take our eye off the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. We will not stop calling for aid restrictions to be lifted and an immediate ceasefire, and we will not forget about the hostages. This morning I met with Yvette Lefshitz and her family, whose courage and dignity in the face of Hamas barbarism was a reminder of the plight of those still cruelly held in Gaza. We will not stop striving to free the hostages and end the war. Madam Deputy Speaker, our vision remains unchanged. An end to Iran's nuclear program and destabilizing regional activity, Israel secure in its borders and at peace with its neighbors, a sovereign Palestinian state as part of the two-state solution. Diplomacy is indispensable to each of these goals. Britain will keep pressing all sides to choose a diplomatic path out of this crisis. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are deeply dangerous times, and as the Foreign Secretary has already said, last week's IAEA report makes it abundantly clear that Iran's nuclear program has grown, with their stockpile of enriched uranium passing 400 kg and being enriched to 60%, which it has widely been noted is a level unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons and beyond the need for any civilian use. The IAEA Director General also stated that Iran's actions and failure to cooperate has led to a significant reduction in the agency's ability to verify whether Iran's nuclear program is entirely peaceful. We share those concerns, and the reasons why Iran must never obtain nuclear weapons are clear. The Iranian regime is a prolific state sponsor of terrorism, with a stated intention to annihilate the world's only Jewish state. Given these concerns and the clear threat Iran poses, not only to Israel, but to the wider regional stability, Israel has the right to act in self-defense to degrade Iran's nuclear infrastructure. As well as posing a threat to Israel, Iran poses a direct threat to the United Kingdom and our interest. The Minister for the Middle East stated in April in a written parliamentary answer that Iran's nuclear program has never been more advanced and threatens international peace and security. And earlier this month, the Strategic Defence Review stated that Iran's escalating nuclear program presents a risk to international security and the global non-proliferation architecture. With that in mind, can the Foreign Secretary tell us what discussions he has had with the IAEA and give us his assessment on how close Iran was to having nuclear weapon capabilities that could strike Israel and our interests in the region? Given the report from the IAEA earlier this week, what direct bilateral discussions have government ministers had with their Israeli counterparts on this matter in the last few days prior to the action that was undertaken last week? He has spoken about conversations since the strikes commenced on Friday, but what discussions took place in the days preceding? Can the Foreign Secretary update us on the discussions with our partners in the region before the strikes on Friday? And since, for example, what discussions he's had with our friends in Bahrain in light of the ceasefire agreement and with Jordan in light of the previous airspace violations by Iran? Are these discussions purely diplomatic or do they cover defensive military planning? Last week on the 10th of June, during his statement, the Middle East minister said that they were in contact with the Israeli government that day. As that was after the IAEA report on the 9th of June, can the Foreign Secretary say during those discussions whether the nuclear threat from Iran and the IAEA assessment was discussed, or were they discussed in other matters? We also know from recent statements from the minister that relations between this government and Israel have become strained since last July. So what message does the Foreign Secretary have to all those who are concerned that constructive dialogue and diplomacy with Israel is not taking place? And with British nationals in Israel and the wider region, what efforts are underway to expeditiously help those who want to return to the UK to come back? And while the Foreign Secretary cannot rightly give operational details to the House, can he confirm if contingency plans have been updated recently for the evacuation of British personnel and assets from Iran? At the G7, will the Prime Minister be having substantive bilateral discussions with President Trump on this matter? On Iran strikes at Israel, these are indiscriminately targeting civilians, and the whole House should condemn Iran for doing this. The UK has previously supported Israel in defending them from missile and drone attacks. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm if the UK has offered military intelligence and other forms of assistance to our Israeli allies in countering these attacks from Iran? The German Chancellor has offered this and is providing assistance to Israel. Has the UK made such an offer too? It is right that UK military capabilities have been increased in the region over the weekend. So can the Foreign Secretary tell the House whether he's prepared to take any retaliation, prepared to tackle any retaliation from Iran and its proxies, including the Houthis? Madam Deputy Speaker, although Iran's nuclear capabilities have been degraded, they are, as we know, in regular contact on nuclear issues with China and Russia, and have been for some time. Has the Foreign Secretary assessed the involvement of Russia and China that it may have had in supporting Iran's nuclear program to get to where it is today? Is he concerned that they will support Iran to rebuild their capability with materials and expertise following Israel's actions? And is he looking at applying sanctions, new sanctions, to constrain Iran's ability to rebuild, advance and accelerate their nuclear ambitions? Turning to the direct threats that Iran poses to our soil, the Foreign Secretary has rightly mentioned the plots foiled, the recent attacks, the recent arrests, and putting Iran on the enhanced tier of furs. Can he give an assurance about work taking place across government over the last few days, including with the Home Office, the police, counter-terrorism operations and intelligence services, to tackle any retaliation that Iran, the IRGC, and those acting on its behalf might direct towards us? Has the threat risk level been reassessed? Is extra support being provided to secure synagogue schools and parts of the Jewish community in the UK? We all want to see peace and stability in the region where Iran, who is responsible for so much bloodshed, is now taking place. So can the Foreign Secretary finally update the House on the ongoing steps being taken to secure the return of the hostages from Hamas captivity, the work to get more aid into Gaza, and efforts to bring about a sustainable ceasefire?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her remarks, the cross-party support that I sensed in her remarks, and for the questions that I will certainly endeavour to answer. She asks about our contact with the IAEA, I can confirm that I spoke to the Director Grossi just a few days ago, and certainly before the action last week, and discussed his report. She asked what the latest is on that, and she will know that the assessment was that the enriched uranium stockpile was now standing at 8,413 kilograms, more than 40 times the JCPO limit. And the total high enriched uranium stockpiles was considered 9 significant quantities of high enriched uranium. She asked then what coordination we had given that information, and I want to reassure her that I have been in close touch, working in concert with my French and German colleagues over this period, and coordinating the three of us, working across our political directors, but also as foreign ministers in our messaging to the Iranian regime. And can I confirm to her that we will be speaking to the Iranian regime again in the coming hours to raise those concerns and heighten what I said about the need for diplomacy at this time. She asks quite properly about our long-standing relationship with Bahrain, and can I confirm that the Minister for the Middle East has spoken to Bahrain. She asks about our long-standing relationship with Jordan, and can I confirm that of course I've spoken to Foreign Minister Safadi in the last few days, and we continue to coordinate with our Jordanian friends and offer whatever support we can at this time. She asks obviously about our ongoing relationship with Israel. She will know that our relationship with Israel remains a complex and intense one, and as she would expect, I have spoken to Foreign Minister Saar on numerous occasions, and of course spoke to him again. He was in a bunker when I spoke to him on Saturday, separated from his family. I offered him condolences, and of course, as you would expect, the United Kingdom and Israel in these times, of course, coordinate and work together. We have disagreements, of course, and we've discussed that over this dispatch box, particularly about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. But we recognise that there are many Israelis, as we speak, in their bunkers, that there have been 21 casualties over this last period and over 500 people injured. There is a sense of trauma, compounding trauma in Israel, and I want to reassure her that we recognise that. Of course, the Prime Minister is discussing these issues with President Trump at this time, and I know the G7 meeting is going on as we speak. I want to reassure her also about our contact with hostages. That's why I was meeting with hostage families just today and undertaking to raise that issue again in this place. And what they asked me was to ensure that with this crisis we do not take our eye off the situation in Gaza, and that's why I made it a part of my statement. And she quite rightly asks about state threats from the Iranian regime and the IRGC. And can I refer her to the work of Sir John Hall? He has found gaps in our legislation framework in relation to how we deal with these state threats. I'm pleased about the arrests that have been made recently, but we will be coming forward with the appropriate legislation on dealing with state threats from the IRGC in the coming months.
Select Committee Chair Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's completely understandable that Israel feels threatened by a bellicose neighbour with uranium mines and a nuclear programme. But the rest of the world is unanimous in saying that the way to deal with Iran is through discussion, negotiation and a nuclear agreement. Madam Deputy Speaker, there once was such a deal. thanks to the extraordinary efforts of Baroness Cathy Ashdown, amongst others. But that deal was derailed by President Trump, egged on by Israel. And now, belatedly, even President Trump has come to the view that the solution has to be a nuclear agreement with Iran, secured through discussion and diplomacy. And yet in the middle of that, Israel has decided that the solution is a regional war. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that Britain must remain firm with the rest of the world, urging both Israel and Iran to step back from a conflict? Military action can only predict one thing. It will not stop the Iranian nuclear program, but it will ensure the deaths of innocent victims on both sides.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, she's right to put on record our thanks to former EU High Representative Baroness Ashton for all her work to get that GCPOA agreement. And it was also the work of the previous government and successive leaders in the party opposite that worked to secure that agreement. And it's hugely important that we get back to diplomacy. It is right to say, though, that the assessment of the IAEA is that there has been deception from the Iranian regime. And how do you account for having stockpiles that are 40 times over what they should be if you were sticking to the agreement? And that is why we must come together, yes, calling for restraint, but we do need diplomatic action. Iran cannot have nuclear capability, full stop.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement, and to him, ministers and officials from the Department for their efforts to support British citizens in the region. People across the UK have watched with horror as war has broken out between Israel and Iran. And as we consider the UK's response, let me begin with key principles on which I hope this House will agree. The State of Israel has a right to exist and to defend itself in line with international law. We stand against Iran's stated goal to wipe out the State of Israel and its use of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to support global terrorism and foster regional instability. So will the Foreign Secretary go further to protect UK residents, including Iranian and Jewish communities, from IRGC-sponsored terrorist actions on our soil, and finally prescribe the IRGC? Iran's ambition to create a nuclear weapon is a grave risk to the UK's interests and Israel's survival. But successive governments have been right to seek to contain that risk through diplomatic means. The Netanyahu government's unilateral military action, which it took against the advice of allies and without forewarning, has severely undermined those efforts. It was ill-judged, reckless, and not the behaviour of a responsible ally. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm that the Prime Minister will press at today's G7 summit for a return to negotiations with the UK included alongside the US? Iran has now retaliated with its own strikes and may look to respond further, including by threatening the assets of other states in the region. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm that the sole purpose of UK military deployments will be to protect our assets, personnel and citizens, and that he will not allow us to be drawn into this conflict between Israel and Iran? What specific steps is the Foreign Secretary taking to ensure that while the focus is on this crisis, we do not lose sight of the need to secure the unconditional release of the hostages held by Hamas and to maintain scrutiny on the extreme actions of the Netanyahu government towards Palestinians in Gaza, East Jerusalem and the West Bank, and so as to protect the possibility of a two-state solution? Will the UK government heed the call of all 72 Liberal Democrat MPs for the immediate recognition of Palestine?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his remarks and the tone with which he made them, because I think in matters of war, it's always important that this House can speak with one voice. On the issue of prescription, can I refer him to the work of Sir John Hall and remind him that what we're dealing with are state threats. And to be absolutely clear, no country in the world is deploying more state threats across the world than Iran. And that was why it was important to look at this issue specifically. He has found gaps in our architecture. We are looking at those gaps, and we will come forward with our plans shortly. He rightly talks about the important work of negotiation and diplomacy and what sits behind that. It's absolutely right that we continue to work with France and Germany, and I want to reassure him that that work has continued and was continuing alongside, if you like, a parallel track alongside the work of President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and we applauded that work and that effort to get to a negotiated diplomatic solution. But it is a solution that will require Iran giving up its nuclear capability. It will involve Iran getting serious about what those centrifuges under mountains are really for. And we're pretty serious, we're very serious about that. And that's what we were insistent with, and that's why we said there would be a snapback, and we would impose very severe sanctions. Those sanctions would hit once again Iran if we didn't see compliance. And of course, he puts on record his views on Gaza, and we have exchanged that many times across this chamber.
Mohammed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the work of the Foreign Secretary and the diplomatic actions that have taken place so far. Israel's unprovoked attack on Iran has opened yet another dangerous front and risks dragging the entire region into a wider war with devastating consequences for ordinary people across the Middle East, people who have already borne decades of conflict and intervention. Given that Israel's claims have been challenged even by US intelligence assessments, can the Foreign Secretary assure this House that no UK military support, whether direct or indirect, will be given without the clear and explicit consent of this House, and that this government has learned the hard lessons of Iraq and Libya and will not repeat them?
Foreign Secretary.
What can I say to the Honourable Lady? Categorically, the UK is not involved in Israel strikes. We do have an important regional role. We have UK assets, of course, in Cyprus. We have them in Bahrain, we have them in Qatar, and we have a role, an important role in Operation Shader, where we're dealing from terrible threats to us and our allies from Daesh and other things. So we have important relationships in the Gulf and the wider region, and that's why my honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, has, as a precautionary step, sent further military aid to the area.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Until the people of Iran rise up and overthrow the dreadful mullah's regime, it's obviously true what the Foreign Secretary says when he says no military action can put an end to Iran's nuclear ambitions, because even if their capacity was entirely destroyed, they could start rebuilding it. Having said that, though, it is true that it's possible to contain those ambitions by knocking back their capacity repeatedly until such time as they no longer wish to acquire nuclear weapons. So I just advise the Foreign Secretary to think carefully about the question of diplomacy alone containing those ambitions, because one day we might wake up and find that a successful nuclear test has been carried out by Iran.
I'm always prepared to take friendly advice from the honourable gentleman. This is a very serious threat. We know that JCPOA had been breached. President Trump has been pretty clear in his expectations. I have been pretty clear with the Iranian foreign minister. And I recognise that the coming days, if Iran is to take the off-ramp, is to get serious about their obligations to the international community and get serious about ending that nuclear capability.
Alex Serble.
Deputy Speaker, as always, civilians are paying the heaviest price. 1,195 on the 7th of October, at least 74 hostages since, 55,000 in Gaza. 24 Israelis this weekend killed by Iran and 224 Iranians killed by Israel. We need to de-escalate this conflict and quickly, and the 55,000 people in Gaza deserve a future. I understand that the Saudi-French co-chaired conference has now been delayed on the two-state solution. What are we doing to get that back on track, and how are we going to progress this solution forward?
Secretary.
Well, I recognise that my honourable friend has been a long champion of these issues. He's right that the French, alongside the Saudi Arabians, took the decision to postpone this conference. I think that was the right decision, and he will understand that there were many partners, particularly Arab partners and partners in the Levant, that want to be in their countries at this time. There's a lot of diplomacy. He's heard the list of countries that I've been speaking to, and we must focus our effort on ensuring that we get that ceasefire in Israel and Gaza, but also that we deal with Iran's nuclear capability.
I please urge colleagues to keep their questions short, and for the Foreign Secretary to keep his answers sharp. David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does our closest ally, the United States, agree with this position on this situation? And if not, what do we differ on?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'd refer him to the remarks that were made by Secretary Rubio on the outbreak of this new war, and I would refer him to the statements that have been made by Donald Trump, where he clearly indicates an off-ramp for Iran if they get serious about diplomacy and accept the olive branch that he reached out with Steve Witkoff.
Rupa Hogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ealing's long had a big Iranian diaspora. In 1978, when England didn't qualify in the World Cup and Iran did, a lot of my class was supporting the latter. And now they're my adult constituents and they've been caught up in all this. So I wondered if my right honourable friend could tell me what steps he's taking to ensure safe passage of our constituents back home, including one of mine who needs to resume her cancer treatment and urgently wants to come back to England.
Well, let me just put on record the huge admiration that I'm sure many of us across this House have for what was formerly known as Persia and the great history of the Iranian people and how remarkable they are and how awful it is that they're suffering under this horrendous regime. And unfortunately, as she knows, at the moment, airspace is closed over Iran, and we have been advising for many, many, many years against travel to Iran because of our concerns. But our embassy staff will do all they can to support British nationals.
Father of the House, openly.
The Foreign Secretary knows that many of us have been prepared to speak up again and again on behalf of suffering Palestinians and be a critical friend of Israel. But would he agree, in this occasion, we must stand shoulder to shoulder with our Israeli ally? The fact is that this is a death cult. You can't appease a death cult like the Nazis or Iran by appeasement and simply by diplomacy. They're cocking a snoop at us, and they are inches away from a nuclear bomb. So will he stand, and I'm sure he's going to make this absolutely clear, shoulder to shoulder with Israel and our American ally in proclaiming the right of Israel to exist at all?
Foreign Secretary.
Absolutely.
Thank
you. Damien Egan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A painful lesson of Israeli and indeed Jewish history is that when someone tells you that they want to destroy them, believe them. The Iranian regime has made its intentions to destroy Israel clear for decades now. We'll all be familiar with the term never again, which came out of the concentration camps of Europe. And I'd like to ask the Secretary of State if he agrees that this is one of those moments when we can say never again is now.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I know that, again, he has been on these issues for many, many years, long before he came to this place. And we recognise the threats that Israel is facing, And we also recognise the threat, the tremendous threat, not just to Israel and in the region, if Iran were to get a nuclear weapon. And what it would mean for all of us who've worked so hard against nuclear proliferation, because as Iran follows, others would come in their wake. We must stop this happening.
Sure.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement today? Clearly, we have differences with the Netanyahu regime, but Israel is a close ally and friend of the United Kingdom. Iran is a terrorist-supporting state, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, Assad, destabilising the region, rejecting the IAEA and international proposal to prevent nuclear proliferation and limit uranium enrichment, and sponsoring terrorist actions on the streets of Britain. Doesn't he feel that Israel is now doing the world's dirty work on behalf of us all?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman brings his usual eloquence to these matters. I would agree with him, save for his initial remark. I would not call it the Israel regime. I think it's a democracy, and it's a democracy with all the ups and downs and faults of any democracy to that extent. And of course, I recognise that this is an existential threat for Israel and its people, which is why I believe it's important that we ask for restraint at this time, because we don't want to see regional escalation. And it's why it's important that, that diplomacy prevails.
Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Iranian regime threatens peace and security around the world. It destabilises the Middle East through its terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. It supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is sworn to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. They must never be allowed to have a nuclear bomb. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that that should be achieved through diplomacy, and all of the world's efforts should be placed on Tehran to back down, to sign a deal and end this conflict?
Yes, I do.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement. The Iranian regime is a malignant international force, and who knows how many British lives have been lost to their sponsorship of international terrorism. The Iranians did explicitly state a threat towards our assets and our people in the Middle East. How much confidence does he have in our ability to mitigate those threats?
Secretary.
Huge confidence in our force protection measures, and to remind him that we have important military and intelligence assets in the region, and that we have bilateral defence relationships with Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Lebanon, Egypt, and of course Israel.
Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very concerned about my constituents Natasha, Joshua and Gemma, who are stuck in Israel after travelling there for a wedding. They sent me a desperate message saying that they're worried about their own safety and facing a daily cascade of missiles. They have registered their presence with the Foreign Office, and I have heard what the Foreign Secretary has to say today, but could I ask him to publicly reassure their families in my constituency of Hampstead and Highgate that he's doing all he can to bring British nationals home to safety?
Well, can I absolutely say that for Iranian dual nationals, British nationals who are in Iran, 224 casualties just over the last few days, 1,277 injuries. Of course, this is a terrifying time as people hide in their homes. That's why we have embassy staff working around the clock, and of course, we offer our full support, notwithstanding that the airspace is currently closed.
Oliver Dowden.
I've been contacted by a significant number of my constituents who are currently stranded in Israel, unable to leave because of the lack of return flights to the United Kingdom. This includes a constituent with significant medical needs. Can I urge the Foreign Secretary to further strengthen the Foreign Office's offer? I do welcome the advice they're now providing in relation to routes back to the UK, although I note it has taken some time for that to happen. But can he also update the House on what contingency plans the Foreign Office and government more generally is undertaking for repatriation should the situation deteriorate further and that be required? And are they registering details of UK nationals in Israel to that end?
Secretary.
Well, can I reassure the right honourable gentleman that we are asking all nationals in Israel, our UK nationals, to register their presence so that we know that they're there, so that we can update them in what is a very fast-moving situation. And can I reassure him that we have sent a rapid force of diplomats to the border to facilitate exit. He will understand the airspace is closed, so there is no way of leaving by commercial flight, but there are routes, particularly out of Jordan, and we will do all we can to facilitate that.
Adi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Chancellor confirmed that UK military assets could potentially be used to help defend Israel. We are sending military aircrafts to the Middle East, which the Prime Minister has not ruled out being used to help Israel. And the Armed Forces Minister recently confirmed in a response to a written question that the UK is training IDF personnel on UK-based training courses. Does the Foreign Secretary acknowledge that through bolstering Israel's military in this way, we are actively demonstrating our support for one side in this conflict? And does he therefore accept that this undermines our calls for a diplomatic solution and de-escalation?
Well, can I say to my honourable friend that it's important to state that the UK did not participate and is not participating in Israeli strikes, but we do have a proper role to play in regional security. She wouldn't expect me to comment on operational defence and intelligence matters, but except to pray and aid the defence bilateral relationships that we have in the region.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reality is that there's a long history of diplomacy just being used as a cover to reach the ultimate aims of what countries want to do. For example, Russia with the INF Treaty constantly building hundreds of nuclear weapons, making that treaty worthless. And I just want to put on record that Israel has my absolute full support in the action it's taking. It's doing the world's dirty work. But what I want to ask the Foreign Secretary is he and his right honourable friend, Secretary of State for Defence, in the middle of working out how we make sure the Straits of Hormuz stay open for the very vital international trade?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for putting square the economic interests that we have at this time and why diplomacy is so important against that backdrop. Oil prices jumped to $78 a barrel. Some are predicting $125, going up to $125 a barrel. That would certainly be the case if the Strait of Hormuz were blocked. This is why this is so delicate, and let's be under no doubt this affects British people at the pump and would be a massive inflationary growth if that were to happen.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The deaths of Palestinians, Iranians and Israelis this weekend shows why we must all push for peace and stop this spiralling out of control. Does the Foreign Secretary, like me, support a nuclear-free Middle East? And if so, what steps is the government taking to also address Israel's vast nuclear arsenal, thought to include at least 90 nuclear bombs, and which, let's not forget, one Israeli minister said should be used against the people of Gaza? And what is he doing about Israel's refusal to sign up to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and Israel's refusal to cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Authority?
Secretary.
I've got to say to the honourable gentleman that the story of Israel's nuclear ability goes back to the 1980s. Some long way. I remember studying this many, many years ago. So we work with Israel, of course, and we remain a country that wants to not see nuclear proliferation, and we will do everything we can to ensure that others do not get nuclear capability in the region.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's be clear, there are no good guys in this conflict, but international law and the concept of preemptive self-defence does not exist in international law, and nor should it. But Israel's decision to unilaterally retaliate first has made the region, indeed the world, a much more dangerous and more unstable place. So to what extent does the Foreign Secretary believe that the impunity that Israel has enjoyed for previous acts of aggression and war crimes was a factor in Netanyahu's decision to retaliate first?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman that we've had a very serious debate so far in this House this afternoon that recognises the serious threats that Iran's nuclear capability pose to the global community, recognise the existential threat that the Israeli people are facing. I have been absolutely clear that diplomacy is the way. Donald Trump is urging a path back to diplomacy. The UK, of course, was not involved, but I do think that we have to be minded about the many people in both Israel and Iran who are hiding in their bunkers at this time, fearing their loss of life.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House is behind the diplomatic efforts of the Prime Minister and the Government to avoid any further escalation of this conflict, and can I thank my right honourable friend for the reassurances he's given around not taking his eye off the horrors that continue to unfold in Gaza. Can my right honourable friend give a guarantee today that if there were to be any escalation, to bring in the UK, to bring in the UK dragged into any conflict, that a vote in this House would be held first before armed forces were deployed?
As this conflict escalates, our message to both Israel and Iran is very clear: de-escalation and restraint.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course all our thoughts are with the British citizens caught up in this horrible exchange, an alarming exchange of ordnance, but the Foreign Secretary said he was keeping his eye on Gaza. I'm not quite sure what that means. It's certainly the case that the eye of the world has been drawn to the footage that emerged as the missiles had flown, of young children shot and bleeding out their lives in the sands of Gaza. As you said, 50 people hospitalised over the weekend or shot dead while begging for food. And just this morning, 38 people killed while queuing for food or attempting to obtain food from the new American-sponsored distribution system. What comfort should all those bereaved families in Gaza take from the fact that he is keeping his eye on this situation?
Well, look, let me say to the right honourable gentleman, today, in my office, I was with a hostage family, a wonderful woman who lost her husband, who was there with her daughter, asking me to keep Gaza at the forefront of my mind and to raise it in the chamber this afternoon. And that's why there was an extensive part of that in my speech. I have spoken to all partners in the region. I will speak again very shortly to Prime Minister Mustafa, and we are absolutely clear that the aid needs to get in, that those hostages need to get out, and we want to see a ceasefire. And I will continue to talk and work with our American partners particularly, and our partners in Qatar, to bring about that ceasefire.
Lorraine Beavers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have spent nearly a year in this chamber watching our country pleading with the Israeli government to de-escalate in Gaza. They have not. Strong words and desperate pleas haven't worked. Is now the time to recognise the state of Palestine as we promised in our manifesto? Is now the time to extend last week's welcome sanctions to other members of Netanyahu's regime, including the Prime Minister himself? If not now, when?
Well, can I say to my honourable friend that I understand the strength of feeling she feels on Palestinian recognition, and she will know that we have always been clear that of course there's a role for recognition as part of a process, and we will continue to work with allies in the region and in Europe to bring about that process that brings about recognition and the two states that we hold dear.
We only have another 15 minutes to go, so long questions are just taking away from other colleagues. Christy Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and welcome particularly the measures about bolstering our consular support. But he's also made reference to our assets and the hundreds of thousands of British citizens in the wider region. So what reassurance can you give us that their well-being is being thought about and preparations being made should the conflict escalate further?
Well, let me put on record my huge gratitude and respect to our diplomatic staff across the region, obviously in Israel and Iran, but across the region, to their families and children who provide them with such support. And to be absolutely clear, we actually had in Whitehall a tabletop exercise on Iran last week Monday, which I chaired. There are contingency plans. None of us could have envisaged two crises at the same time, India, which my honourable friend will talk about very shortly, and of course this crisis. But our staff are standing ready.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know my right honourable friend will be working tirelessly and using all of his diplomatic skills and that of his office to resolve this immediate crisis, this new crisis. But as others says, how will he balance this with getting aid in, a permanent ceasefire, hostages out, and recognition?
Balance it we must. Balance it we must, because those are the issues that we currently deal with, and we remain determined to press for what we want to see in Gaza, to stand up for those that we're hugely concerned about in the West Bank, and she saw the statement that I made last week in relation to that, but also to be absolutely clear about Iran's intent and capability at this time and what we must do to stop that happening.
I agree with Foreign Secretary that nuclear-armed Iran is not in Israel's national security interests, or indeed the security interests of other countries in the region, or indeed this country, which has received direct threats from the current Iranian regime. On that point, there are 8,000 UK nationals living on RAF Akrotiri, 7,500 Cypriots and others also working on base, some civilian, some in uniform, most in uniform. So what reassurance can the Foreign Secretary give those on the base that they are safe from these Iranian threats?
Secretary.
Well, he will know that we have capabilities working with partners that can ensure that our people are as safe as they need to be. And he's quite right to reference RAF Akrotiri, the work of our colleagues in Cyprus, Bahrain, Qatar, hugely important at this time.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the UN's nuclear watchdog says that Iran is closing in on the ability to develop up to 9 nuclear weapons, I worry. Does the Foreign Secretary agree it is in our national interest that Iran never acquires those nuclear weapons?
Yes, 100%.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all watched in horror as the conflict between Israel and Iran escalated, and we've heard strong voices in the House today for the UK to be a prevailing voice of restraint and diplomacy in this fragile and volatile time. While everyone here recognises the brutal nature of the Iranian regime, the focus has to be on de-escalation. So I am concerned to hear about the RAF jets being sent to the Middle East. Will the Foreign Secretary therefore make it clear the UK will play no part in any aggression, and will he explicitly rule out any further military support for the Israeli government?
This is a precautionary measure, and government would be irresponsible if we didn't account for all possibilities at this time.
Barry Gardner.
The failure to get transparent information from UNSCOM and UNMOVIC caused untold damage 22 years ago. What discussions has my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, had with Director General Grossi at the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure that there is real transparency and real information upon which we base any action?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, he will be pleased that I spoke to him at the beginning of last week, reassured him of our full support and thanked him for all his work that's ensuring that there is a common understanding of what Iran is doing at this time and why we have to act.
Sir John Whittendale.
Does the Foreign Secretary agree that just as Russia is run by an authoritarian regime which wants to destroy its democratic neighbour Ukraine and has carried out attacks on British soil, so is Iran, run by an authoritarian regime which is out to destroy its neighbour, which is also democratic and has also carried out attacks on British soil? Is it not the case, therefore, for the same reasons we stand with Ukraine, we need to stand with Israel now?
Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman puts it very well, but we should also mention what they're doing to destabilise neighbouring countries with their proxies: Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq. We absolutely have to keep our guard up in relation to Iran.
Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South will be extremely concerned by these developments in the region. So I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today and the efforts he is making in terms of encouraging de-escalation. Can the Foreign Secretary assure me that this escalating conflict will not undermine the UK's efforts to end the war in Gaza, free the hostages and lift all restrictions to humanitarian aid in Palestine?
Yes, I will do all I can.
Lisa Roberts.
It's reported that the Israeli government planned to kill the leader of Iran over the weekend. As history shows, attempts to collapse a regime with nothing to put in its place risk creating a power vacuum and state collapse. It also risks creating further waves of refugees and instability in the energy market. So what assessment has he made of these reports and the wider implications such a strategy would have on the UK?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm hugely concerned about the appalling human rights record of the Iranian regime, but who runs Iran must quite properly be a matter for the people of Iran.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you. Does my right honourable friends agree with me that it's right the UK, as part of the international community, comes together to urge all sides to show restraint through diplomacy to prevent Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon, but it's also right that our focus is not diverted from Israel's continued assault on Gaza and the rest of occupied Palestine, and to secure the release of the hostages back to their families?
Every colleague that I've spoken to over the last few days has emphasised diplomacy and de-escalation. I'd want to reassure her of that.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Foreign Secretary confirm that the State of Israel has a declared policy on their nuclear weapons of no first use, and there is no evidence that they have ever misused or threatened to misuse their nuclear weapons in any irresponsible way whatsoever? And moreover, there is in international law the right of preemptive military action, and it is hard to imagine how this would not apply in this case. Would he agree with this matter, given Iran's determination to destroy the State of Israel?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman, Right Honourable Gentleman brings tremendous experience, I'm sure, to these matters, but he'll understand it's right and appropriate that I leave this to the international lawyers.
Paul War.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the nuclear ambitions of a bloodthirsty, terrorist-sponsoring regime in Tehran pose a real threat to world peace. But, having said that, does he agree that Israel's own conduct as an increasingly rogue state when it comes to international law endangers not just the Israeli citizens, but also the Palestinian citizens of Gaza, as we've seen over the weekend, and it makes the case for a Palestinian state more urgent, not less?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'd say to my honourable friend that Israel has been raising its concerns about Iran now for years. It's an existential threat. It's one that we recognise, which is why we've been working in concert with our partners in France and Germany on this issue for so long, and it's remained a cross-party issue.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is obviously a dangerous and perilous time, and we need to do everything we can to bring about a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Can the Foreign Secretary assure us that no British weapons or components are being used to bomb Iran, which could be used as a pretext for saying that Britain is directly involved? And what assurances has he had from the government of Israel that they will not use or even consider using in any way the nuclear weapons that they possess?
Well, let me say that we've got the most robust export licensing regime in the world, and I'm proud of that, and it was a matter that this House voted on just a few years ago under the last government, and he will know that we made a decision to restrict arms sales to Israel that could be used in Gaza, and I'd refer him to the statements that I've made about Iran's nuclear intent, the work of the IEA, and the huge global concern, and the UN resolution that we secured, the UK did so much to secure just last week, Thursday.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Foreign Secretary, for his statement and the government's calm leadership in this ever-changing and seriously concerning matters. Can the Foreign Secretary, given our close maritime connections, update the House on his discussions with our Gulf allies and partners?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I reassure her that I have spoken to partners in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Iraq, Lebanon, Israel, and been in touch, of course, with our friends in Egypt over this last period, and I will continue to do so at this time of intense diplomacy.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We knew that Iran had the ballistic missiles to hit Europe, let alone Israel or other parts of the Middle East. Last week, of course, the IAEA reported that Iran was within a whisker of producing atomic weapons. So, in the absence of diplomatic efforts and the failure to introduce the snapback mechanism, Israel had a right to react in order to protect itself. So will the Foreign Secretary now look at the diplomatic efforts to introduce the snapback mechanism, impose sanctions on Iran to ensure they cannot ever obtain nuclear weapons?
Foreign Secretary.
Yes, I will.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his commitment to de-escalation, and particularly thank my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East. As we know, he's worked so hard over the last few days. Perhaps the Foreign Secretary could say a little more about our commitments to our long-standing friends and allies in the region, particularly countries such as Bahrain.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm so grateful for him asking that question, because this is a very tense time. If you're in Jordan, if you're in the UAE, or if you're in Saudi Arabia at this time, or Bahrain, or indeed Cyprus. And for that reason, it's hugely important that the UK meets its obligation, and that's why the Defence Secretary made the decision he did to deploy certain assets into the region.
Andrew George.
Madam Speaker, of course we should uphold the right of every state to live in peace. But in what way is the UK military involved in this? We've just heard that the IDF soldiers have been trained on UK soil, and is this the same IDF that has been engaged in atrocities, including the murder of UK aid workers in Gaza?
Secretary.
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman, the UK, of course, provides military courses for our assets, but we always emphasise in all of those courses the critical importance of IHL, and it's important that we work with allies to meet the amazing standards of our own armed services, and I'm sure he wouldn't want us to depart from that.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and for making it so clear what the UK Government's actions are. However, one thing is very clear, and that is that the suffering in Palestine will continue, if not accelerate, given the situation that is pertaining in the Middle East. So what action can be taken to try to make sure that aid does get into that beleaguered area, and also what efforts can be made to make sure that recognition of Palestine is kept very firmly on the diplomatic table?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, she will know that the issue of recognition has certainly been an issue that many colleagues around the world have been speaking about just in the last few weeks. And I'd want to reassure her that I was discussing these aid issues with a hostage family just today, worried, of course, about the aid available to those who remain under the ground in Gaza.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Israel is a democracy, a pluralistic society, and it's an ally. In contrast, the unhappy and ignoble regime in Tehran is a theocracy which wants to wipe Israel from the map, which foments terrorism around the globe, and which suppresses its own people to the extent that even dancing is a crime. Is the best use of British military assets in the Eastern Mediterranean not to try to do something to stop the rain of hypersonic missiles and drones on civilian areas in Israel?
Secretary.
Well, it's hugely important that we do all we can. I believe the best way forward is diplomatically, because attempting to do this militarily, I'm afraid, cannot be achieved, and I think that's widely understood.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do want to thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and also for reassuring us that Gaza won't be forgotten. I also have to thank him because he was really quick to come out and ask for de-escalation and also a negotiated settlement. Nobody wants to see a nuclear Iran, not least the people of Iran who are paying for this investment by the Iranian regime. But Netanyahu justified the bombing raids starting by saying Iran was close to a bomb. They said it could be years or perhaps just months away. Was Netanyahu correct?
Well, I'd want to call to mind the work of the IAEA. I'd want to refer him to the resolution of the UN Security Council just last week, all of that confirmed Iran's intent and its deception.
Shawkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, this House was united in supporting the long overdue recognition of a Palestinian state, and we urged the Minister to advocate for that at the United Nations conference in Saudi. This has now literally gone up in smoke, and we believe that the US and Iran nuclear peace negotiations were coming close to fruition. So does the Minister share my concerns that Netanyahu's government may be seeking to create further instability in the region, to block progression for peace, the recognition of the Palestinian state, and to distract from the genocide in Gaza?
I don't believe that sits behind the action that we're seeing at this time. I do believe that the way forward is de-escalation and diplomacy.
Mark Seward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A full-scale war between Israel and Iran is clearly in no one's interests, but neither is a nuclear-armed Iran. So what is the government's realistic proposal to return to diplomatic solutions as soon as possible, to get Iran to give up its nuclear weapons programme? And how realistic is it that Iran will engage in such an effort?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can confirm to the honourable gentleman that along with my colleagues in France and Germany, I expect to be engaged with Iran on this very issue in the coming hours.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Foreign Secretary said, they just repeated it, no military threat can prevent the Iranians from acquiring nuclear weapons, but surely that is not correct. Given the danger to us all from Iran, which the Foreign Secretary did acknowledge in his statement, and its continued attempts to increase its ability to enrich uranium, will you very clearly agree with me that Israel was right to strike the nuclear sites?
Foreign Secretary.
The phrase that I've used about no military endeavour can achieve this without diplomacy has been used by the US and has been used by the Israelis themselves.
Chris Cochran.
Madam Deputy Speaker, while I deplore the alleged Israeli war crimes in Gaza, that should not cloud us from our view of the Iranian regime. As a British diplomat covering Syria, I saw how the Iranian regime was directly complicit in the torture and murder of hundreds of thousands of Syrian civilians. As a British soldier in Iraq in 2020, British Lance Corporal Brodie Gillen was killed by the Iranians a few months before I arrived. But there have been too many catastrophic British foreign policy decisions in the Middle East this century. So I commend the Foreign Secretary for his commitment to a realist and hard-headed approach. And does he agree with me that the first question for any policy choice should be asking, where does this all end?
Secretary.
I'm very grateful that the honourable gentleman, although new to this House, is bringing so much experience, and I do agree with the sentiment that he's exposed.
Gangan Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Greg, has contacted me this afternoon. He's worried about his 24-year-old daughter who's in Tel Aviv on her own. What reassurance can the Foreign Secretary give to my constituents that we will repatriate British citizens as quickly as possible?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I would first urge his constituents to register her presence, to recognise that we are surging staff to the region, that the way out at the moment is through Jordan, and to reach out to staff, and he can reach out on the hotline if that is what they so wish.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I take the Foreign Secretary back and ask that he clarifies the nature of the Israeli military personnel training on British soil and whether those involved are participating in operations in Gaza? If so, how does this align with the UK's international legal obligations, given that Israel faces proceedings standing accused of genocide at the ICJ, given that its leadership has arrest warrants issued against them at the ICC, and given that this government has also moved to sanction senior Israeli officials?
Well, as I said before, this is an academic course, non-combat. We have extremely high standards in this country, and it's important that we share them, although in the instance that he raises, this is less than 10 people.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the UK's long-standing friendship with Israel, what assessment has the Foreign Secretary taken of the increased risk to our military personnel in the countries in the wider region?
Well, we're at the highest level of force protection at this time because of the ongoing conflict and the dangers that exist, and it's why we emphasise de-escalation and restraint.
Al Pinkerton.
Mr. Speaker, a despotic Middle Eastern dictatorship, a rogue state, a terrorist state perilously close to achieving a weapon of mass destruction so serious that it could disrupt the entire region. Members and right honourable members, as well as the public listening at home, may hear echoes of 2003 in that description of current events. And with talk of regime change again in the air, can I ask the Foreign Secretary what he is going to do to personally talk back the authorities in Jerusalem, in Israel, because what they're doing at the moment strikes me as providing the Iranian regime with the best possible propaganda tool that they could possibly have.
Well, he's right to emphasise in his words a degree of caution. He will have heard what I said in the House this afternoon, which forms the bedrock of the diplomacy that our officials are exercising in Israel, in Iran, and across the wider region.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the Foreign Secretary in his call for de-escalation. In April last year, the RAF participated in the shooting down of drones that Iran fired at Israel. Could the Foreign Secretary comment on why the UK acted to defend Israel from drone attack at that time, but did not do so at the weekend?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, each military situation is different. There was a particular context at that time of ballistic missiles coming in and a particular request. We had the assets that could support, and we make those assessments, obviously, as you would expect, with our regional allies, depending on the circumstances and the context.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I concur with the Foreign Secretary and his view that this can only be resolved through diplomacy, and that's the only way we're going to get a resolution. But also, I know that the Foreign Secretary is a learned friend, a fellow colleague at the bar. He will understand international law. Does he agree that the Caroline principles were not engaged, which allowed Israel to conduct that strike? Does he not smell a rat with the timing of what's happening?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, at this dispatch box, I speak as Foreign Secretary, not as a lapsed member of the bar who qualified in 1995.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State very much for the statement. The role of the IRGC on life in Iran over the last number of years has been human rights abuses, religious freedom abuses, gender abuses, and the fact that acts of global extremism and terrorism often have their roots and support in Iran. And the war in Israel is a prime example of this. Anyone who pretends that Iran, with their nuclear potential, are in any way an innocent bystander are being deliberately dishonest. Will the Foreign Secretary commit again to working with allies such as the US to minimise bloodshed and ensure that Israel is able to remain safe and free from all attacks? Thanks so much.
Foreign Secretary.
Yes, I will. And the Honourable Gentleman's right to bring to mind the human rights record in Iran. And I remind the House that just 3 years ago, they arrested 20,000 people, executed many. Many died, all because a young woman, Mahsa Amini, didn't cover herself up. She died in prison. That's the regime we're talking about.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement this afternoon, and I will allow a few moments for the front benches to change over. Before we come to the next statement, can I, from the Chair, pass on my condolences to the family of Keaton Shah, one of my constituents in Shipton Bellinger, who was tragically killed in the Air India crash. Keaton was a valued member of the local community where he ran the village stores, and the whole community is devastated by his loss. Minister Hamish Faulkner.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to update the House on our response to Thursday's devastating Air India plane crash. I know the whole House joins with me and with you in offering heartfelt condolences to all those who've lost loved ones in this tragedy. The images of those boarding the flight are heartbreaking. Families across both countries, including my constituency and of course yours, have been shocked and horrified. They are mourning and we mourn with them. Official casualty figures are not yet confirmed. However, our understanding is that of 242 passengers and crew, 53 of them are British nationals and just one has survived. Many also died or were badly injured in the medical college which the plane hit. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has passed on our deepest sympathies to Prime Minister Modi. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has also spoken to his friend Minister Jaishankar on the day of the crash. The Foreign Office immediately stood up crisis teams in London, in Delhi and in Ahmedabad. Our High Commissioner in India travelled to Ahmedabad and remained on the ground throughout the weekend, visiting the local hospital and the crash site. We have increased consular assistance and are in contact with all the families of British nationals who have asked for our help. In Ahmedabad, we have set up a UK reception centre to help British nationals in person. A team of 4 investigators from the Air Accident Investigation Branch arrived on Friday to support work on the ground. That same morning, we also deployed 5 people of the Rapid Deployment Team to strengthen the support we are offering in person. We have also supported a British Red Cross psychological support officer, now in India, helping families cope with the tragic emotional impact. We have also deployed specialist disaster victim identification experts to the ground, liaising with the Indian authority-led identification process. Here in the UK, police family liaison officers were deployed over the weekend to support families based here during an incredibly difficult time. We are, of course, also in regular, close contact with Air India about the support package that they are offering, which includes funding flights and full repatriation costs to bring loved ones home. I understand how frustrating it is for families who have not yet been able to lay their loved ones to rest,
and I recognise the pain and the frustration that this is causing. The Indian authorities are working around the clock with UK support to be able to do this. Unfortunately, these processes take time, but it is important that they are done properly to avoid causing more pain to families. At the same time, we are also, of course, focused on understanding what has happened. The Indian Aircraft Accident Investigation Branch has accepted the UK's offer of help, and a team of British inspectors are now on site. Our High Commissioner met the Gujarat Home Minister Sanghavi yesterday to offer our support, and Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government continues to work tirelessly with our Indian partners to establish what happened and support all of those who are grieving. With an Indian diaspora around 2 million strong here in Britain, and with a particularly prominent Gujarati community, we feel the pain of this tragedy together. It reminds us not only of the deep personal ties between our people, but also of the strength of our partnership with India. A partnership built on trust, shared values, and mutual support in times of crisis. Just over a week ago, the Foreign Secretary was in Delhi, celebrating the conclusion of trade talks, discussing the expansion of our strategic partnership, and meeting so many dedicated to strengthening the ties between us. In the face of such profound loss, the UK stands shoulder to shoulder with India, not only in grief, but in our shared resolve to ensure that those we have lost are never forgotten. I commend the statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Priti Patel.
Speaker, the tragic deaths of 242 men, women and children on Air India flight 7171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick on Thursday, and the reports of at least 29 fatalities on the ground, are beyond distressing and upsetting. It is still difficult to comprehend the scale of this tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with everyone affected, in particular with the families and relatives of the lost ones. All our thoughts are with those who are in hospital having suffered injuries, and with Vishwa Kumar Ramesh, whose survival from the crash is an absolute miracle, but who sadly lost his brother. Many of those who died were British, 52, and many families in the UK will have lost loved ones who were also Indian nationals too. Over the last few days, we have started to hear of the lives of those who died and the grief their families are going through. The loss of Akhil Nanobara and his wife Hannah Vaudry and their 4-year-old daughter Sarah, Javed and Miriam Syed and their 2 children from London, Hardik Avalia and Vibhuti Patel, a couple from Leicester who had gone to India to celebrate their engagement, Frognall and Jamie Greenlaw Meek, and the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rapani. Their passing and those of everyone who died will be greatly felt, and our condolences go to all of them. The pain that they are all experiencing is clearly unimaginable. Following this tragedy, we've seen communities come together in mandirs, gurdwaras and other places of worship to pray and seek comfort in these difficult times. This evening a vigil is being organised by the Indian High Commissioner, where the community will come together to reflect, mourn and pray. I thank the High Commission's team for their support and their kindness in their consular support. I pay tribute to all of those offering support to communities across the country who have been affected, and the support shown at Troop in the Colour on Saturday will have been greatly appreciated. I want to put on record our thanks to the emergency services in India for their response. Madam Deputy Speaker, the FCDO, as we have heard, has set up a reception centre at the Umaid Hotel in Ahmedabad, but concerns have been raised this afternoon that there's not enough British presence on the ground at the hospital and elsewhere where families are going to identify their loved ones. The Minister may have seen the statement issued earlier by 3 families referring to an inadequate and painfully slow government reaction. They also said no UK leadership or medical teams and no crisis professionals are stationed at the hospital. And clearly they are asking the government to step up its presence on the ground in Ahmedabad. I know the Minister has already said that this is incredibly delicate and difficult, and we all understand that. What is the Minister's response following that statement this afternoon? And will changes be made to provide the assistance needed? Because it is deeply harrowing and very difficult, and we all understand the circumstances in which the local hospital and the mortuary are operating within. And can he guarantee consular support will be in place for as long as necessary? The pain families are going through is unimaginable, and identifying and returning bodies of their loved ones to enable funerals is clearly going to take some time. Forensics are obviously being used to help identify bodies, and families will be providing samples to help with that awful process. Can the Minister give an update on any support the UK is providing to help with this process and in also some of this forensic work that needs to take place? Does the Minister know at this stage how many bodies have been identified? And can he give assurances that the work that is taking place across government and with local authorities and schools in the communities affected here in the UK will ensure that counselling and trauma support services are available, especially for children who will have lost very close family members? The families affected deserve answers to know what happened to the plane, and thoughts are turning to those investigations that are taking place. We know it's early days yet, but can the Minister give details of any conversations that have taken place with counterparts in India with regards to the investigations, and also with Boeing? We welcome the involvement of 4 officials from our Air Accidents Investigation Branch. Can the Minister give assurances that they will have the support and resources they need to assist Indian authorities? On the cause of the crash, will the Minister give an assurance that the UK Government will work with India to get answers and provide updates to the families in particular? Madam Deputy Speaker, last Thursday was a dark, sad and traumatic day for India, the UK and all those affected wherever they are in the world. And I'm sure we all speak for the whole House when I say that we stand with them in seeking answers. We stand with them in working to give them the support they need, and we stand with them in mourning the sad deaths of their loved ones.
Minister.
I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for the tone of the questions. She rightly points to the scale. This is the single largest loss of British life in an aviation accident since 9/11, and I think one of the single largest losses of British national life overseas in one incident for a long time. 10 years ago, practically this month, I was, as part of the diplomatic service, on the ground in Sousse after a terrible tragedy then. I know well the agony for families seeking to pick up the pieces after an incident like this. She asks the important question about the mortuary process, particularly traumatic in somebody else's country, and I can confirm that any British national who wishes the consular assistance to go through that process will have it from my officials. She raises, rightly, the questions that have been raised by some of the families about the location of our reception centre and their presence at the hospital. Since becoming aware of those reports, I've sent officials to the hospital. We're not aware at the moment of British nationals congregating there. I've asked officials to review the signage and general arrangements to ensure that people know where our reception centre is. The hotel, the Ahmed Hotel, where our reception centre is close to the airport because we thought that would be the best place to receive British nationals rather than the hospital where, tragically, there are no living British nationals. But we keep these questions under review. As I know from my own experience, in tragedies like this, it is difficult to get the assistance that British nationals need right first time, and we will learn lessons as each step goes through. And I've spoken to some of the families who made some of these points this afternoon.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister please convey the gratitude of this House to the members of the Foreign Office and to the police officers who've had such difficult work that they've had to do on behalf of all of us. Public service can be very hard sometimes, but we are very grateful.
Yeah. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for those remarks. Both the family liaison officers and indeed the consular staff on the ground are trying to stand with British nationals during some of the darkest moments, and their work is, exactly as my right honourable friends, very hard, and we will stay with, as the Shadow Foreign Secretary asked, those affected by this situation for as long as it takes.
Lib Dem spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the advance sight of his statement. I want to begin by associating myself with his remarks and those of other colleagues in the House as to our collective grief and shock that so many lives have been lost in this appalling crash, including 53 UK citizens. I want to also express my condolences for the families of all those who lost their lives in this tragedy. This will be utterly devastating for them, and it's vital that the government ensures they are fully supported. What reassurances can the Minister provide that each of the families is receiving the support that they need and has been kept updated with any and all new developments relating to the crash? Reports suggest that investigators have now recovered the cockpit voice recorder from the flight, which should provide crucial new insights into why the plane went down. British and American teams are also on the ground supporting India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau in the inquiry into the cause of the crash. I want to thank them both for their work and ask the Minister what steps his department is taking to support them and other investigators to ensure that no stone is left unturned in the search for answers. A British citizen, Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, was the only survivor of the crash. I know I speak for the whole House in expressing our relief that he is alive, but also recognise what a traumatic experience this will have been for him, including having to come to terms with the loss of his brother, AJ, who was also on the flight. Can the government outline what support it is providing Mr Ramesh and his family, both to enable his physical recovery and access to wider support?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for the question. I'm sure she'll understand why I declined to comment too much on Mr Ramesh's case in detail in this House, but we can all only imagine the agonies that he and others affected by the incident will be feeling. I won't comment too much on the investigation. It is ongoing. It will be a complex operation, and I know that our air accident investigation branch is amongst the best in the world and will do everything that they can, and they are fully supported by our High Commissioner in India and the Foreign Office to be able to do that vital work. As she says, the black box has been retrieved and further insights will no doubt be gleaned over time.
Preet Corgill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm deeply shocked and saddened by the tragic Air India crash in Gujarat, and my thoughts are with the victims, their families and all those affected both in India and here in the UK. Air India is an important operator for many of my constituents, especially in the Indian diaspora. Around 100 Air India flights arrive to Birmingham Airport every month. What reassurances can the Minister provide my constituents that the UK government is supporting efforts to determine the cause of the Air India crash with our Indian counterparts?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, British investigators are now in India working with the Indian authorities, and we are also in direct contact with Air India.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Around 30% of my constituents emanate from Gujarat originally. And on Saturday, we came together in one of the Hindu temples with the Interfaith Council, with people of all religions and none, expressing their condolences. That's a temple where 20 people have lost relatives. And indeed, on last night, we attended another vigil where more than four relatives of those people that work in the temple had lost their lives. Can the Minister just update us on one issue, which is for the 53 UK nationals that sadly lost their lives, we've been able, I think, to communicate to those families that unfortunately they've died. But there were 169 Indian nationals who were visiting, almost certainly visiting, or due to visit their families in the UK, and those families are extended across the United Kingdom. Has the FCDO been able to advise those families, I'm afraid, of the loss of those lives, so that instead of being literally by the telephone waiting in hope that their relatives weren't on the plane, that they know the certain outcome?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to talk to the Honourable Member about the particulars of the cases he's referring to. We will, of course, do everything we can to try and minimise uncertainty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think all members will think about the victims and their thoughts and prayers. I'd like to thank the firefighters, the first responders, the emergency service workers who helped out at the crash. On Saturday at Manchester Cathedral, the Mahatma Gandhi statue, there was a vigil held, and I was one of the speakers, including the Honourable Member for Manchester, Rusholme and Bolton West. We had prayers from a local Hindu priest, an imam, a member of the Sikh community, and the Dean of Manchester Cathedral. I know the Minister mentioned the British High Commissioner in India, Her Excellency Linda Cameron. She's doing a very important job. Can I have assurance from the Minister that the FCDO team, the High Commissioner's team in Delhi, but also the Deputy High Commissioner in Ahmedabad will have all the support, the resources that they need to make sure that people have the support, the victims and the families.
Madam Speaker, I've spoken to our High Commissioner this afternoon and indeed the team on the ground to ensure that we have adequate resources in place, including at the places where British nationals and their families might be congregating, in order to ensure that we're able to provide the best possible support to families affected.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, several of my residents have been directly affected by Thursday's air crash. But can I place on record my gratitude to local community leaders like Councillor Vishal Patel for offering support and organising events such as the vigil I attended on Friday to allow those affected to come together and grieve. Councillor Patel has raised one tragic case with me, though, in which the wife of one of my constituents passed away, leaving behind him and his 2 children. He is currently relying on his mother to help with childcare support around his shift work, but she does not have permanent residence in the UK. Can I ask the Minister what will happen to those who have lost loved ones who they or their family rely on for care, who will now need to look to other members of their extended families to support them?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to talk to any honourable member about particular cases of people affected by the incident.
Gurinder Jozan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an incredibly tragic occurrence, and my heartfelt condolences are with the bereaved. Considering the involvement of the UK Air Accident Investigation Branch, can the Minister give further information about UK role in the ongoing investigation, and how will it ensure that the questions of families and relatives are answered, ensuring transparency and accountability in the process?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK AAIB will be supporting the Indian authorities in their work, and we will do everything we can to ensure that families are kept fully apprised of the conduct of the investigation.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister join me in expressing heartfelt condolences to my constituents who have tragically lost 3 beloved members of their family, Adam Taju, Hasina Taju and Altaf Patel. I also wish to sincerely thank the Minister for his prompt support and action for the affected families, and to place on record my appreciation for the outstanding efforts of the members of the Foreign Office in assisting the families, all who have been in need in their darkest times.
I thank the honourable member for his kind words about both me and the officials, and I do join with him in truly heartfelt condolences for the loss of life amongst his constituents.
Sojan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to extend my heartfelt sympathies to all those, including the many British and Indian families who have lost loved ones. The UK and India are closely connected, and there are many people in both our countries who are grieving after this dreadful crash. I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Foreign Office staff who have been working both in the UK and India to support the families and loved ones of all those impacted. I understand that currently around 120 victims have been formally identified using DNA samples. What assistance is the UK providing the Indian authorities to ensure that the remaining victims can be formally identified as quickly as possible?
Regrettably, Madam Deputy Speaker, in instances of this scale, identification does tend to take some time, and we're trying to support British nationals and those affected both in India and here with the contribution of DNA to enable that. That includes both family liaison officers here in the UK and, of course, consular staff. And if any honourable members and right honourable members want to ensure that their constituents get support through that process in India or here in the UK, please don't hesitate to be in touch.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the news of the tragedy came last week, it served as a real unifier to my great city of Leicester, unified us in shock, unified us in absolute disbelief, and unified us in mourning. So if I may take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, very quickly to remember the names associated with my great city who lost their lives. Hardik Aveya, Vibhuti Patel, Pooja Patel, Harshi Patel, AJ Kumar Ramesh, and Faizan Rafiq. And we also had the one sole survivor, Vishwash Kumar Ramesh. When I visited the families, it was great to see so much support from their neighbours, from all faiths and no faiths. Indeed, during our darkest time, we saw the best of my city. A couple of families, though, Minister, mentioned some difficulty in accessing information. So I asked if the Minister could look urgently at the communications with the families so they can get the support at this very difficult time. And my message to them, and I'm sure the whole House will agree, that you are not alone.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman. They are not alone. And in relation to any questions about the experience of our consular support, I would invite right honourable and honourable members to make sure that I'm aware, both of course in relation to this tragic incident in India, but indeed in Israel, the occupied Palestinian territories, and Iran. As the Minister for Consular Affairs, it's very important that we do understand what the experience is like for people on the ground, specifically in relation to the communications. In relation to this incident, as I told the Shadow Foreign Secretary, I've spoken with teams this afternoon about making sure that UK support is as clearly signposted as possible on the ground.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My city of Gloucester is in mourning at the loss of Akil Nanabawa, Hannah Varaji, and 4-year-old Sarah Nanabawa. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement and for all the support him and his team have given to my constituents and to my team over the weekend. I'm sure the whole House will join us in sending our thoughts and prayers to their family and friends and the wider Barton Treadworth community at this time. Understandably, the Indian authorities and hospital staff are overwhelmed at the scale of this tragedy, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could outline what more we can do to support our constituents who have travelled to India to identify bodies and lay them to rest. And further, he mentioned the support that is being given by Air India. Understandably, a number of my constituents who have travelled to India at great personal expense over the weekend have real reservations about travelling with Air India at this time. Or without wanting to sound alarmist, what support, financial assistance is being given to those who may have had to travel at great personal expense at very short notice? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke to some of my honourable friends, constituents earlier in the day, and they were full of gratitude for the work of the honourable member on behalf of his city and his constituents through the weekend, and I pay tribute to it as well. I'm very happy, as I said earlier, to talk to any member about the particular circumstances of their constituents and see what can be done to help.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Minister and his department and all of his civil servants for their sterling efforts on behalf of the families. I think we all at this time think of how can we help. Well, we help through our Minister, through our government, through our officials. So thank you. On behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party myself, can I convey my thoughts and prayers for all of those families who lost loved ones in the Air India crash, for the pain, for the void they have, for the ache in their hearts, and our hearts indeed all ache for them as well. The air tragedy, the air accident is a tragedy, and the loss of life is incredibly difficult to understand. And all of our focus are with the families within this United Kingdom and globally who mourn today. And whilst they mourn today, there will come a day when they will want to understand how this could have happened. So will the Minister confirm how we can be assured that current global airline safety measures are adequate and robust? And what role does this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland have in the safety of air travel? Thank you so much.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK has a proud record of playing its full part in global aviation standards, and in relation to this incident, as I've said before, our Air Accident Investigation Bureau will be assisting this investigation fully and taking full note of its findings.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will not be alone in having shed tears over the heartbreaking photograph of the Royal Derby Hospital Dr. Pratik Joshi and his wife, Dr. Komi Vyas, and their 3 beautiful children, Miriel, Nakul and Prajit, in the aeroplane moments before takeoff and then the crash. And I was with their friends and hospital colleagues at Derby's Hindu temple on Saturday. And it made real and vivid the tragedy of all the lives lost in this crash. So can the Minister tell us anything more about how the UK government is supporting the Indian government in its safety investigation and with friends and families devastated by this tragedy?
I pay tribute to my honourable friend's work in Derby on these questions. Those photos are a heartbreak, and particularly the one that she mentions that I think so many in this House will have seen. We're trying to support Indian investigations in two areas, both in relation to the accident investigation branch, as I've mentioned, but also through our DVI, our Disaster Victim Identification Service, who are also on the ground. This is a truly horrific tragedy, and we are doing all we can to try and understand both how it happened and support those who are affected as quickly as possible.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement, and certainly thank all the first responders who were on the scene. And I thank the British involvement in helping the Indian authorities. Can the Minister tell us that when this is all over and attention has shifted away, that our officials will be there until our residents are satisfied that all that we could have done, we did do for the Indian authorities? Thank you.
I can confirm to my honourable friend that we'll provide British families all the support they require during this horrific incident.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, this is truly a terrible tragedy. As an elected representative in Greenwich, where we have a large Gujarat community, for 40 years, both as a councillor and an MP, I've got to know many people in the Gujarat community, particularly those who are members of the South Eastern Gujarat Association. And they'll be grieving, like all of us today, over this terrible tragedy. But can I ask my honourable friend, he mentioned in his statement that there are family liaison officers that have been appointed, but what resources do they have? You've got to be able to get information to families promptly. They may need further assistance, such as travel and things like. Do they have access to those sorts of resources?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend asked an important question. Family liaison officers, often known as FLOs, support families in the UK. They are part of UK policing. They always have an ability to talk to my officials, the consular officials who take care of British nationals overseas. We always try to ensure that the relationship between consular and FLOs works as smoothly as possible in order that families are provided the full support of the UK. And if there are any questions that families have in the UK or overseas about how that operates, then I'm very happy to talk to my colleagues about them.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituents, can I thank you for your moving eulogy to Mr Shah, who lived in Southbourne in my constituency of Bournemouth East for more than a decade. Many of my constituents remember Mr Shah, they mourn Mr Shah's passing, and they send their love to his family. Bournemouth and India have a deep bond. Britain and India have a deep bond. Can my honourable friend the Minister outline what he is doing to make sure that everybody affected by this tragedy is getting the support they need? And would he join me in commending the community leaders of BCP Indian community for all they're doing at this difficult moment?
I thank my honourable friend, well, I thank one of my honourable friends from Bournemouth. I know the other MP for Bournemouth is unable to speak as PPS, and I know they've both been very engaged in the tragedy that is being felt right across the city. We are doing everything that we can to support those both in India and here in the UK, and we will continue to do so until people have navigated the full depths of this tragedy. And I'm conscious particularly for those going through the difficult but necessarily time-consuming process of identifying remains.
Barry Gardner.
The Minister will be aware that as we speak, the Indian High Commission in London is holding a commemoration service for those who have been lost. He also knows that my constituency of Wembley or Brent West is actually the epicenter for the Gujarati community. More than 30% of my constituents are originally from Gujarat. I want to thank him for the way in which his officials have engaged and the help that they have been able to offer. I want to raise in particular, though, the problems that some of my constituents have had. If I talk of the Said family, 3 of whose bodies have now been identified, mother, father, and 2 adult children who are travelling together. But one of the bodies has not yet been identified. Can I urge him, I understand that the DNA testing has now been randomized, can I urge him to try and do everything he can to ensure that the 4 bodies can have the necessary funeral arrangements celebrated together rather than waiting longer. He is absolutely right to say that it's important that this is done correctly to avoid further problems down the line. But families are in deep distress at the moment, and it really is important that we send every possible help to get the DNA testing done as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the force and the emotion behind my honourable friend's question, and I've spoken to families about the obvious agony that the process of identification takes. I will look into the circumstances he describes. But while I'm at the dispatch box, let me also, since he mentions the Indian High Commission, pass on my thanks to the Indian High Commission here, who have worked hard in order particularly to facilitate visas rapidly for family members able to go out and see their loved ones.
Danny Beals.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency in Uxbridge and South Ryesop has a very significant Indian community, and there's been collective grief and dismay at these tragic events, and they, as I, would welcome the Minister's condolences today to the families affected both here in the UK and in India. I welcome the statement today and the Minister's confirmation of support on the ground for families affected, but I would ask the Minister if he will keep under review the consulate's resources, both in its capacity and locations of support as the events unfold. And secondly, again, I welcome the commitment and confirmation that British crash investigators are on site to provide support. I'd like to further ask the Minister to confirm that he's in close dialogue with the Department for Transport to ensure all UK resources and expertise in this area are available and can be deployed to get the families the answers that they much deserve.
I can confirm to my honourable friend that we will of course keep our consular response under review as events developed, and I can also confirm that we remain in close coordination between the Foreign Office and the Department for Transport, and both I, the Foreign Secretary, and the Secretary of State for Transport were in the very first ministerial cobra in response to this incident, and I know she is keeping a very close engagement in these issues.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Air India crash was a devastating tragedy, and my thoughts are with all those who were affected. Many of my constituents in West Bromwich have family in India, and they are deeply shaken and saddened by what has happened. I'm grateful for the Minister for setting out all the work that the British government has done in association with the Indian government to support at this terrible time. You've mentioned our aviation experts who are on hand. Can you say a bit more about our ongoing support for the Indian government and how we can give my constituents in West Bromwich confidence when they go and visit their family in India?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. I set out some of the detail around our support to the Indian government. The High Commissioner remains in regular dialogue with the Indian authorities, and indeed met with Prime Minister Modi to discuss this case in recent days. We will continue to do all that we can so that your constituents, so that my honourable friend's constituents, apologies Madam Deputy Speaker, it's obviously contagious, so that my honourable friend's constituents and all constituents across the House can feel confident.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a terrible tragedy, and I join the Minister in paying my respects to those who have lost their lives, and also my condolences to friends and family members who have had their lives literally ripped apart by this terrible tragedy. Can I ask the Minister for further detail on what the UK Government will be doing with the Indian Government to understand how this tragedy happened and what we can do to prevent something as awful as this happening again?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the AAIB will be playing their full role, and we will consider the findings of the Indian and British and American supporters investigation fully, and obviously take any actions required.
Mark Seward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the comments of the Minister, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, and many others across this House in expressing condolences? My thoughts have been with the families and friends, the people who've lost loved ones in the India air crash. Now, I represent a lot of people in Leeds South-West and Morley, and that includes a group of wonderful families who organise under the name Morley Indians. They've sent me here today with a couple of questions for the Minister. So on behalf of one of their representatives, can I ask, what support is the UK Government providing to the families in the UK who have lost loved ones? And in addition to that, what support can the Government provide the wider community following the impacts of this horrific crash?
Madam Deputy Speaker, for families who have chosen to remain in the UK, then a family liaison officer has been appointed by their relevant police force, who should have been in contact over the weekend. If there's any honourable or right honourable members who think there is any gaps in that, I would invite them to be in touch with me. But hopefully, every affected family will have now heard either from the Foreign Office or from their relevant police force if they're in the UK, and we'll continue to keep all of that support under review.
I thank the Minister for his statement this evening. Can I ask any members who are leaving to do so quickly and quietly before I move on to the next business? We now come to motion number 1 relating to business of the House today. Minister to move.
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 2 on Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme, Policy Framework and Assurance Board, as on the order paper. I inform the House that the Speaker has selected the following amendments as listed on the order paper: A, B, C, D and E. I call the Leader of the House to move the motion. Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name. The establishment of the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme, known as the ICGS, the first scheme of its kind in any legislature in the world, was an important step forward in tackling inappropriate behaviour in Parliament. Its establishment was agreed in 2018 with cross-party support. The ICGS provides a dedicated independent mechanism for handling complaints of bullying, harassment or sexual misconduct in both houses. It deals with those complaints assiduously and anonymously with a professional, well-resourced team, and has a range of appropriate sanctions and mechanisms at its disposal. The ICGS works alongside the independent expert panel which determines appeals and sanctions for cases that have been brought against members of Parliament. These arrangements ensure complaints are investigated fairly, objectively and to a high standard. The ICGS has been an important driver in establishing high standards and improved culture in Parliament, and we should all support it. I thank the ICGS for its continued work, and in particular the contribution of its director, Thea Walton, who will be stepping down from her role later this year. Last year, Parliament published the findings of an independent review into the effectiveness of the ICGS conducted by Paul Kernahan. The review broadly praised the ICGS's performance, with Kernahan being clear the ICGS is making a difference to standards in Parliament. and it has demonstrated its ability to hold people to account for unacceptable behaviour. He said, and I quote, that the ICGS is something the parliamentary community should take pride in. The review found that the scheme has continued to take positive steps to improve timeliness and the quality of its service. Of course, there's always more work to be done. Its ambition should, rightly, to be the gold standard in workplace grievance schemes. In total, the review made 26 recommendations. Of these, 8 have already been delivered, and a further 8 will be taken forward should the motion before the House today be agreed. Work on the remaining recommendations is underway. These are recommendations from an independent review of the independent grievance scheme of this House. They really shouldn't be contentious. Kernahan's first recommendation is to consolidate the various policy and procedure documents into one policy document and one procedure document. And secondly, that the existing ICGS Assurance Group should become a permanent ICGS Assurance Board. The assurance... Yes?
I thank the Leader of the House for giving way. I'm looking through this document and also the opposition's amendments, and 2 of the amendments they put forward talk about the size of the ICG Assurance Board, and in particular adding 2 members. But is it the feeling of the independent evaluation of the independent process that actually this is the right size and we don't need those amendments?
Well, I certainly don't think we need those amendments. I mean, the Assurance Board is made up of representatives of both houses, of the HR department and other appropriate people, as it should be, and including a member of this House who I think will be contributing shortly, who's a member of the Commission as well. So I think the Assurance Board makeup is right as proposed. Did you want to intervene on that?
I thank the Leader of the House for giving way and want to make a declaration of interest that Max in my parliamentary office is one of many trade union reps across this House, and in fact so very good at what he does. They had an EDM in the last Parliament signed by 77 honourable and right honourable members for his service. I just wanted to ask about what consideration had been given to the ICGS Assurance Board about there being representation for either the House or MP staff unions to be either permanent members of that board or for how the board engages with the unions in this place.
Well, can I thank you for that question and put on record my thanks to Max and many others, Ken and others who've done great work representing those who work in this House, whether it's for an MP or as House staff. And I think the role that the trade unions play is absolutely important, and their role within this process should be recognised. Both the House staff and member staff trade unions are represented on the ICGS stakeholder group, and the ICGS have an obligation to consult with that stakeholder group before any proposals are brought to the Assurance Board. But I want to put on record that I hope the ICGS continue to do that very closely, because I think the trade unions provide an invaluable voice to the operation of the ICGS, and that should continue. The Assurance Board will scrutinise the day-to-day performance of the ICGS and ensure that investigations are timely and of a high quality. This body would also have responsibility for updating the ICGS procedures document, but only that document, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way.
Can I thank the Leader of the House for bringing this forward? And she's absolutely, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right. No one should have any doubts about the reasoning for this before us, and no one should have any opposition to it. And I understand there won't be any opposition to it, what I'm told. But would the Leader of the House perhaps just maybe very quickly just outline the process for those who have a grievance or those who have a complaint, and how that happens, whether it be for members or for staff indeed as well, so staff will know all their rights when it comes to what they need to do as well. Thanks so much.
Well, can I thank him for that? I think it is important at these moments that we do advertise this service. He's absolutely right to do that, and that any member of staff or any other member of Parliament or anybody working in the parliamentary community, the broader parliamentary community, who has been subject to bullying, harassment or sexual misconduct, should get in touch. There is a helpline, there are well advertised ways to getting in touch with the ICGS to not just make a complaint, but actually to get advice about whether their complaint is one that is in scope and whether it's one that can be taken forward. And as I was saying earlier, there's a range of means that the ICGS have. It doesn't always involve a full investigation and that being taken forward with sanctions. The ICGS might often come to some resolution and come other means by which any such behaviour could be resolved. And so can I thank him for raising that, because it is important. But just to be absolutely clear with the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, the policy framework of the ICGS remains a matter for this House. And that includes the definitions, parameters, obligations and key rights and permissions of the scheme, as well as its scope. I have laid in the library and attached to this motion today on the order paper a letter from the ICGS that sets out the difference between policy and procedure, because I know that is of concern to people. There are a couple of other recommendations from the Kernahan review that colleagues may want an update on, which are not a matter of the motion today. Recommendation 3, which asks that the political parties work more closely with the ICGS when dealing with complaints through a memorandum of understanding, is being taken forward by the Modernisation Committee with the cooperation of the political parties, and I thank all of those concerned for that. The House has also taken forward recommendations on behaviour training. As of the end of March 2025, 639 out of the 650 new and returning MPs have attended behaviour training. Taken together, the recommendations from the Kernahan review will improve ICGS performance and accountability, provide greater clarity about where complaints should go and how they should be dealt with, and speed up necessary changes to its day-to-day procedure. In total, they will improve behaviour and culture in this place. This is an important moment for the House to come together, I hope, on a cross-party basis and show that we stand behind the ICGS, what it stands for, the work it does, and that we will improve and take forward the independent recommendations to keep improving its work. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do have to say that I am disappointed that the front bench opposite has broken with years of consensus on this matter to oppose some of the changes that are being proposed that came from an independent reviewer. I see that the Honourable Member for Christchurch is not in his place despite his amendments being selected. His amendments, supported by the Conservative frontbench, I think undermine the integrity of the Kernahan review recommendations, and I can't support them, and I hope the Shadow Leader takes an opportunity to distance himself from that. The reputation of Parliament is low, with poor trust in politics and politicians, and it is for all of us to turn the page on that era. Madam Deputy Speaker, the safety of those who work on the estate is paramount. I'm clear, as I'm sure everybody is clear, that there is no place for bullying, harassment or sexual harassment in Parliament, and those who perpetrate it should be accountable and sanctioned where necessary. I commend these recommendations to the House, and I call on all members from all sides of the House to support these improvements today.
The question is motion number 2, as on the order paper. Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak to the motion and specifically to the amendment in my name on the order paper. As the Leader has said, the House has developed this, or successive administrations in collaboration with the House have supported across this chamber the development of the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme. It was initiated in 2017 under the then Conservative government, and it's always been developed on a collaborative and cross-party basis. And in that context, it is a pity, Madam Deputy Speaker, indeed it is surprising and disappointing that the government should now be putting this business of the House motion when it has not been agreed in that collaborative and cross-party way, and indeed whipping its own members. This is highly unusual on a business of the House motion. Our position has always been that these matters should be worked through together through the usual channels and through other senior bodies of the House in a spirit of consensus. In that spirit, I will not be putting the amendment in my name to a vote. I'm very happy to take the amendment.
Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm very concerned that the amendments put forward by the front bench opposite would fly in the face of the independents. So I'm glad to hear that he's not appointed to a vote, but can he confirm whether his party actually supports an independent process and supports the ICGS, or would they, if they were in government, make changes or even scrap it?
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady for the question. Of course, this is a Conservative body in the first instance. It was developed on a cross-party basis, and there's nothing, as far as I'm aware, on my party that would make it anything other than a continued independent body in order to suppress and prevent the abuses that we're all familiar with and that occurred when it was brought and before it was brought into being. And it has been, in many ways, it has not been without its problems. And of course, it's in the nature of the House's deliberations and the secrecy associated and the privacy associated with these that we don't always hear about those problems. But it has, broadly speaking, been successful. But of course, that means that there is no problem that this motion, as it is developed, and the point of conflict between my side of the House and the leader's side, there's no problem that this motion is seeking to address and cure. Let me explain in more detail. As the motion lays out, the issue is not about policy as it's framed, but supposedly about procedure. And of course, the Assurance Board, as it lays out, has many members. It's not by any means simply composed of parliamentarians. It includes clerk assistants of both houses, members of both houses, but on a nominated rather than elected basis, the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, lay member of the House of Lords Conduct Committee, members of the Human Resources teams of both houses, of course. The proposal now is that this body should be able to set rules for members of this House without the House itself having any say in the matter. So this is not about the content of the policy of the board. It's about the question of what say the House has in relation to rules that are being set for everyone affected by the ICGS, but in particular members of this House. It is therefore nonsense to suggest that, and it's in particular nonsense to suggest that it is difficult or need involve any delay to lay a motion of the House as we have suggested. Our position is extremely simple, that there should be a motion before the House to approve or disapprove any decision taken by the Assurance Board. And of course, those motions can be laid in a very short period of time, literally in a day or two, perhaps even under some circumstances overnight. And therefore, there can be no proper suggestion of a delay in the implementation of decisions made by the Assurance Board, and therefore no reason, at least in my judgment and the judgment of my colleagues, as to why this should not be a matter for the House to decide. Yes, of course.
It is extremely surprising that the honourable gentleman takes this position, given that generally his party is